Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Arizona.
Archie Bradley, he was a quarterback, a first-round pick, and then a prospect. Saturday, as he says, he became a big leaguer. And what a debut it was. 6 innings of one-hit ball to beat Clayton Kershaw and the Dodgers. Now, in just his second start, another NL West ace is ready and waiting. We'll see history tonight. No major league pitcher has ever faced the reigning Cy Young winner and then the World Series MVP in his first 2 career big league starts. Archie Bradley, first Kershaw, and now Madison Bumgarner. Let's watch some history. It's D-backs baseball next.
We're in San Francisco. 3 World Series wins in 5 years, but the defending champs are on the defensive as the D-backs pull into town for a 4-game series. Diamondbacks versus Giants, the series presented by Chevrolet. The Giants are slumping. A loss tonight would match their worst start since they moved here from New York. And Archie Bradley and the Diamondbacks will try and take advantage as we get set for a weekend of baseball by the Bay. It's D-backs baseball on Fox Sports Arizona. Good evening from AT&T Park. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthiaume, Bob Brenly along the way. It's the Diamondbacks and the Giants, the first of 4, and Bob, the second big league start for Archie Bradley.
You would think it would get easier as you move along, but another tough matchup tonight against Madison Bumgarner. But as we talked about in the pregame show, Archie just needs to do what he does. Command that fastball, mix in some breaking balls. This young man has more confidence than any human being should have. Not cockiness, just confidence. He believes he belongs here, and he showed that in his first start.
Well, he took care of Kershaw Saturday at Chase Field. Now here tonight at AT&T Park, he gets Mad Bum.
Yeah, and hopefully Turner Ward and Mark Grace will come up with a game plan against Madison Bumgarner like they did against Clayton Kershaw. They would not divulge state secrets, but it was very clear they had an idea of how to beat Kershaw, and they went about doing it.
Well, this one is going to be fun. Madison Bumgarner for the Giants and Archie Bradley for the Diamondbacks. You see the numbers by Bumgarner, 6 hits in 7 innings on opening night at Chase Field. Archie tries to make it 2 for 2. When we come back, he'll talk to Jody Jackson. And then it's Diamondbacks baseball. First of 4 against the defending champs, the D-backs and the Giants from AT&T Park. Back with more D-backs baseball on Fox Sports Arizona right after this. is brought to you in part by Cox Gigablast. How will you live the gig life? By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. And by Jack in the Box. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich.
Road trip continues here in beautiful San Francisco. The Diamondbacks and the Giants set for game 1 of a 4-game series this weekend here in the Bay Area. Jody Jackson with you. Archie Bradley will take the mound for just the second time in his Major League Baseball career for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Game 1, his debut, well, it went well against the Dodgers, beating Clayton Kershaw. 6 innings, gave up just 1 hit, didn't give up a run. He had 55 members of his family and friends there at Chase Field Saturday to watch his debut. So I had the chance to sit down with Archie and I asked him, could you imagine a better debut?
Being a baseball player and as hard as I am on myself and the expectations I set for myself, it could always, be better. A few less walks, a few less pitches, but I think for my debut to get a win, get a hit as well, and just, help the team get a win and not give up any runs is tough to write up any better, but could always go a little bit better. So
I'm sure it was great to have all those people, though, there to see it.
Oh, it was crazy. I mean, the amount of support that I had, the support system I had along this whole journey, and for a lot of those same people to make the trip out to Phoenix to watch me, pitch in my first game was, something I won't be able to thank them enough for.
A big win over the Dodgers. As we all know, Clayton Kershaw was on the other side. Madison Bumgarner will be on the other side tomorrow. I guess that's not intimidating at all then now since you've gone up against Kershaw.
No. I mean, it's what I've always wanted. It's what I've expected. But to get those two back-to-back to start my career, I mean, why not? I feel like it's going to be something I should expect for this whole year and for my career. This division is loaded with arms, and what better way than to start the second one and start a new series and try to go get a win.
When you look at the journey that you've had, and you kind of talked about it a little bit, last year to this year, what's the biggest difference for you?
I just think maturity, growing up, not so much as a person, but as a baseball player, kind of understanding the ins and outs. I've spoken on it many times, what I really needed to work on, and not just saying it, but truly understanding it and truly getting into the technical side of where I needed to improve and what it was I needed to improve on, and then just continuing still to soak up information and listen to these older guys and listen to Harkey and our coaching staff who have years and years of experience, and just continuing to put it into my daily process of getting better.
Talking to his catcher, Tuffy Gozowicz, who will also be behind the plate today, as he was Saturday against the Dodgers. It's about that trust that Archie has in Coach Mike Harkey and in his catcher to take that information and go out there and perform with confidence. So we get closer and closer to the first pitch. More coming from San Francisco in just a bit. We'll head back up to the booth. Steve Berthuman, Bob Brenly will have the call of our game and get you set for Game 1.
Pioneer Valley Honda dealers, where you'll get more standard features for less money. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, greatness in, greatness out. Now available at your local Fry's. AT&T Park in San Francisco. Willie Mays Plaza right there. It's the Giants and the Diamondbacks, the first of 4 here over the weekend. And BB, the Giants are reeling. They've lost 6 straight, averaging fewer than 2 runs per game during this 6-game losing streak. The offense has vanished.
It's disappeared completely. You see what they've done in their last 3 ball games. 1 for 21 with runners in scoring position. On the season, they're only batting .171 as a ball club with runners in scoring position.
And they are dealing with injuries. They are dealing with slumps. They're off to a 3-7 start and are last in the division as we begin this series. We'll begin the ball game next. 7:15 starts here in San Fran. Bumgarner and Bradley when we come back. Lost 11 of their last 14 against the Giants, including 2 of 3 at Chase Field last week to open up the season. Hoping Archie Bradley can change their luck as we open up a 4-game series against the defending World Series champs. And on the mound, their 25-year-old left-hander Madison Bumgarner. Ender Inciarte set to lead it off for the Diamondbacks. And Mad Bum, the postseason hero, we asked Mark Trumbo, what's your approach up there against this guy?
I got to get something I can handle. Not unlike any other guy, but you know, he's a little deceptive. He kind of comes out of that low arm angle, and it's important to try and you know, get a good visual on it as early as you can, and gonna be some tough at bats. You know, hopefully we can string together some rallies.
Well, Bob, that's never easy against Madison Bumgarner.
No, but you heard the word deception. I think that's something we don't talk about often enough with Madison Bumgarner. Guys just don't square him up very often. Now, a lot of that has to do with his tremendous command. But hitters just don't pick up the ball well out of his hand. Kind of a slinging action, that low arm angle that you heard Mark Trumbo talk about. He's a tough customer.
Mad Bum coming off a rough outing in his previous start. Here are the pitches. He lasted only 3 innings Saturday at Petco Park in San Diego. Padres got him for 5 runs on 10 hits. It was his shortest outing since 2011.
Four-seam fastball, a cutter, a curveball, a straight changeup that he'll use sparingly. When he's spotting that fastball on both sides of the plate, he doesn't even throw many curveballs.
All 4 games for you right here on Fox Sports Arizona. Ender Inciarte is in the box. Matt Duffy is in on the grass at third, and we are set to go here. The Diamondbacks and the San Francisco Giants from AT&T Park. And there's
Strike one. C.B. Bucknor is the plate umpire. Easy, big fella. We had some rough strike zones in the last series at San Diego. Some of the Diamondback hitters were walking away talking to themselves, and a little bit of a sore spot. So we'll see what happens with CB back there. 0-2 now on Inciarte. 2 more hits last night for Ender. He's at that magic Ted Williams number, 406 to start the year, and the OPS is over 1,000.
First curveball of the game, big sweeper. It's one of those tweeners. It's not a legitimate straight down curveball. It's not a legitimate slider. It's kind of a slurvy breaking ball. When he has a left-handed hitter like Ender Inciarte at the plate, he likes to start it right at their front shoulder and try to break it over the heart of the plate.
Angel Pagan in center field, just a couple of steps over toward left center. The 0-2 is on the ground to first. Brandon Belt bobbles, recovers. Bumgarner covers, and that's the first out. Here's the lineup for Chip Hale's Arizona Diamondbacks. Chip, born in nearby San Jose, went to high school about 20 miles from here.
Yes, he did. Ender Inciarte at the top in left field. A.J. Pollock in center field. Paul Goldschmidt at first base. Mark Trumbo cleaning up in right field. Aaron Hill, good numbers against the Giants. He'll be at third base. Chris Owings at second base. Tuffy Gosewish doing the catching with Nick Ahmed at shortstop and Archie Bradley on the mound.
Here's A.J. Pollock off to a .250 start at the plate. And A.J. still looking to drive the ball the way that we know he can. Just 1 extra base hit so far. But the on-base percentage to start the year is over .360. There's a strike, 1-1. Bumgarner with that slow, he kind of pitches the way he talks, slow and syrupy. Sort of southern.
A little crossfire action as he strides toward home plate, a little bit to the first base side, and then throws back across his body, which adds to that deception I was talking about earlier.
D-backs faced him last Monday, opening day at Chase Field. Mad Bum, 7 innings, gave up only 1 run on 6 hits. 1-2 on A.J. Pollock. Tried the corner and missed. It's even 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Now that opening day start against the Diamondbacks at Chase Field, only twice in the ball game were the Diamondbacks able to get 2 runners in an inning. In the third, Ender Inciarte with a single. Mark Trumbo drove him in with a triple, but not much action otherwise.
He's chopped in the hole. Duffy will charge in there. Low throw, but Belt has got it 2 up, 2 down. Matt Duffy at third. Hadn't played a whole lot of third in the minors or the majors, and he's in there again tonight for the injured Casey McGee, who's got a bum knee. Let's take a look at the Giants around Madison Bumgarner, their starting defense.
Aoki in left, Pagan in center, Blanco over in right field. You mentioned Matt Duffy filling in for Casey McGee at third base. Brandon Crawford and Joe Panik make up the double play combo up the middle with Brandon Belt at first, Buster Posey catching, and Mad Bum Madison Bumgarner on the mound.
They had hoped Casey McGee would be back in time for this series, but he's a no-go in terms of the starting lineup tonight. Paul Goldschmidt looks at strike 1.
The Giants are hoping McGee will be ready to go tomorrow. He received an injection in that gimpy knee, and they're hoping that it'll take effect quickly and it'll enable him to get back on the field.
Only at better than .340 to start the year. 9 RBIs in 9 games. Homered at Petco Park in his first at bat last night. And you saw the OPS over 1,100. Five for 28 career versus Bumgarner. He's got a home run. Puts this high into short right center. Pagan calling for it. And Bumgarner works a 1-2-3 top of the first. We are underway in San Francisco. Here comes Archie. Bumgarner tonight in his second big league start. Hey, why not? I mean, he's able to laugh about it, but the competitor in him is aware, as he put it, how stacked this division is. It is a very, very competitive NL West. And so now for Archie, he says the experience for him is about transitioning to the point where he realizes that this is going to be an everyday thing. The debut is over, and now it's all about trying to win games and win series.
Go out there and ply your craft, if you will. And against Kershaw, don't forget, Archie Bradley, a lifetime .333 hitter. So maybe he'll have equal success at the plate tonight against Bumgarner.
First pitch he saw, belted into left for his first career hit. He says he takes his ABs very seriously. He's got his work cut out for him here, and the Giants' hottest hitter at the top of their lineup, Nori Aoki, at .375 and off to a very good start. And remember, Archie in that game against the Dodgers went to 3 balls and 2 strikes, full counts on the first 5 batters he faced, and the pitch count got up a lot higher than he'd like, so keep an eye on that here. He fires strike 1 to Aoki, who's already had 5 multi-hit games to start the year.
Four-seamer, curveball, changeup, nothing too tricky. Only threw a couple of changeups Saturday against the Dodgers.
Bounce to shortstop, Nick Ahmed. 1 up, 1 down. This is the lineup for the birthday boy, Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, Boch celebrating a birthday today. Seen Aoki at the top. He'll be in left field. Gregor Blanco in right field. Angel Pagan has always been a D-backs killer. He's in the midst of a 14-game hitting streak against the Diamondbacks. Buster Posey doing the catching. Brandon Belt at first base. Matt Duffy at third. Joe Panik at second. Brandon Crawford at shortstop, and Madison Bumgarner on the mound.
9 seasons, 3 World Series championships. Gregor Blanco, the right fielder. Blanco just over .240 to start the year. He's hit safely in 4 straight.
You'll see a lot of batting averages for these Giants starting with a 1.
Yeah, it does not look like the team you're used to seeing. They are really, really hurting offensively. Archie falls behind 2-0. Blanco had a triple last night. They lost to the Rockies 4-2, and the dangerous Angel Pagan on deck. Well, Archie Bradley, just by starting tonight's game, has already made history. After beating Clayton Kershaw Saturday and facing Bumgarner tonight, he's done something no one else has ever done before. The 3-0 is in there for a strike. Archie is the first pitcher in Major League Baseball history to face the reigning Cy Young winner in his Major League debut, and then face the reigning World Series MVP in his second appearance. We'll get him.
What do you do for an encore?
He's got another full count, and again, this is a recurring theme. Keep an eye on this. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Blanco. Lost him. A 1-out walk. Don't put guys on base ahead of Angel Pagan. That's a standard. You can see Mike Harkey thinking that.
When you face a ball club that has been struggling offensively, you don't want to give them any breathing room. Put your foot right on their neck. Keep them right where they're at, struggling with the bats. Those free passes tend to open up some holes defensively in the infield, and certainly don't want to do that against the Giants.
Pagan, one of the few guys in this lineup not struggling. He's off to a great start. There's strike 1. Pagan just under .380 with 5 extra base hits through 10 games, and the OPS right at .980. He is up there right now with 6 hits in his last 8 at bats. Blanco takes off for second. Tuffy goes a wish. The throw is not in time. A little offline. Nick Ahmed tried to get the swipe tag in there, but Blanco has his first stolen base of the year.
Only the 5th steal of the season for the Giants, and Nori Aoki has 3 of those. They don't run much at all, but Archie Bradley's so focused on the hitter, he didn't pay much attention to Blanco. He got himself a big jump and stole the base.
You know, Aoki had 3. Now Blanco has 1. Pagan has 1. That's about it. They don't run a whole lot. A ball and a strike to Pagan. That's in there, 1-2. And a little knuckle curve. Mention this, with runners in scoring position, they are really hurting. The Giants 4 for 47 with runners in scoring position over their last 7 games. They have stranded 78 runners this year. That's the most in the National League. C.B. Bucknor says ball. It's 2-2. Buster Posey, you see the average, 219. He's on deck. Giants 6 straight losses, 3-7 last place as they start this series. Belt is in a miserable slump. Crawford's really hurting. Panic hasn't hit. Posey's been quiet, under 220. Blanco at second, 2 balls, 2 strikes. There it is. Ring him up and sit him down. Bradley strikes out Pagan, looking, 2 outs. And Angel walks away shaking his head.
That looked like a good pitch. Angel's probably fortunate he didn't get called out 2 pitches before. Right there at the bottom of the zone at the knees, caught plenty of the plate.
If she locates there, he's going to do very well. But still some work to do to strand that runner at second. It's Buster Posey. Jumps on the first pitch and it rolls into center. Away Blanco and he will score. 1-0 Giants. Well, Posey 3 for his last 21 coming into that at bat. And he's got the Giants on the board.
Yeah, Buster will get credit for the RBI right there, but you have to give a lot of credit to Gregor Blanco, who took advantage of Archie Bradley's focus on the hitter and got a great jump and stole the base to get himself into scoring position.
Just the 5th RBI this season for Posey. That leads the team. He's at first with 2 down for the slumping Brandon Belt. Belt had a big spring. He hit just under 360 in the Cactus League with 4 home runs, but the bat has vanished to begin the regular season. A 2 for 17 start without an extra base hit. Diamondbacks in the defensive overshift. There's a strike. They got 3 infielders on the right-hand side, and Chris Owens, the second baseman. Is standing out in shallow right field. There's Chip Hill. Remember, Belt suffered that groin injury in the opening series at Chase Field. He's been battling that groin strain, had to sit out 4 games. And has just gotten back into the lineup. He did not have a base hit in their last series against the Rockies here. A ball and 2 strikes.
Pull shift is definitely in order for Brandon Belt. When he's right, he can take an inside pitch and keep it fair down the right field line, and take a pitch on the outside corner and roll over and hook it back to the right side.
There's Andy Green, the third base coach, who runs the defensive shifts in conjunction with Dr. Ed Lewis, the director of the analytics department here for the Diamondbacks. Duffy keeps that one in front as Archie bounces it, and we're looking at least a 20-pitch first. Left field, right to Ender and Ciarte. And that's the inning. But the Giants get one. They lead it 1-0. and Giants series continues tomorrow and through the weekend. Tomorrow's coverage begins at 6:30, followed by Saturday's game at 5:30. And then the series finale Sunday at 12:30 in the afternoon. Game coverages begin with the Diamondbacks live pregame show right here on Fox Sports Arizona. Colmenger Peavy tomorrow, De La Rosa Heston Saturday, Helix and Hudson on Sunday. All 4 games right here on your home for Diamondbacks baseball, Fox Sports Arizona. Mark Trumbo leads off the second against Madison Bumgarner. Trumbo, Hill, Owings 4, 5, and 6. Mark Trumbo just over 280 through his first 8 games this year. 8 starts this season for Mark, and he has hit safely in 7 of them.
Cutter there. That's that pitch that moves inside slightly to the right-handed hitters. Looks like a straight fastball to the eye, but as that ball gets up there close to the hitting zone, just a little bit of movement in on the right-handed hitters. Some guys call it a baby slider. Doesn't break as much as a slider, but has a similar action.
Drops that slow breaking ball in there to jump ahead. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Mark Trumbo gives it a ride, and that ball is gone. A home run halfway up the seats in left field, his first of the year, and it's 1-1. The Diamondbacks answer here in the second. That ball was launched out of here.
Man.
Wow.
Well, he told us pregame he was hoping to get a good pitch to hit, and he got one and did not miss it that time. Boy, is that good to see. That ball was absolutely torpedoed. You don't see the ball leave this ballpark like that very often. A little bit warmer here tonight. He knew it right away. 3/4 of the way up the bleachers out there in left field.
He was 2 for 12 versus Mad Bum without a homer, but Trumbo on the board, and now the Diamondbacks are as well. This is launched.
Ooh.
Hey, you can tell by the reaction. Way up there. 0-1 to Aaron Hill. So they get Archie Bradley that run back. And Aaron with a good track record against Madison Bumgarner in their third. Jake Lamb sits against the lefty. And Mark Trumbo now with a 6-game hit streak. He's got, counting tonight, 8 hits in his last 6 games. And that's his first ever home run in this ballpark. Mark had never really had much luck in this yard. 3 for 32 career at AT&T Park. He almost cleared the seats that time. 2-1 to Aaron Hill.
If I'm not mistaken, it was another cutter from Madison Bumgarner. I think he was trying to go right back to that same location. He got Trumbo to swing and miss earlier in the at-bat, but left it out over the plate. And when you miss your spot against big power hitters, they will occasionally hit them a long way.
Aaron at 185 on the year. Mentioned Bumgarner had a rough time of things his last time out at San Diego. Lasted only 3 innings. That was Saturday. 5 runs on 10 hits. One more look. Let's take a big swing here.
Yeah, it looked like it started on the outside corner and moved right back toward the right down the middle of the plate, as a matter of fact, and down right where Mark likes him.
3-2. Ball 4. So a homer and a walk to open up the D-backs second. Here comes Chris Owings. And the Diamondbacks trying to get CO started here. Of course, coming off that shoulder operation in the offseason, he's 2 for 23 to start the year. He was hitting over 280 when he suffered that labrum injury in his left shoulder. That was June 20th last season. And he missed about 10 weeks. And when he came back, clearly was not right. Hit less than 210 with just 1 extra base hit for the final month of the year when he came off the DL, and the shoulder just could not get fixed and wound up needing surgery.
fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations. But Buster Posey got real lucky on that last one.
Catcher's luck, right?
Well, there's no such thing as a bad block. If you stop it, you stop it, and that's a good thing. But he was kind of standing up out of his crouch, trapped that ball against his leg, it looked like.
CEO right on that one, but just missed it. A ball and 2 strikes. Nice night here in San Francisco. Not too cool. Right on the water here. There's a pretty decent breeze blowing out to right center field. Can get pretty cold here at night in April when the sun goes down. Foul tip. Posey hangs on, and that's the strikeout, the first for Bumgarner.
We're talking about that block by Buster Posey. We're used to seeing Tuffy square everything up right in the middle of the chest protector, block that 5-hole. Watch this block. Not exactly textbook form, but he kept the ball from going to the backstop.
Speaking of, Tuffy goes to wish. Keeping an eye on Aaron Hill at first base down there with Coach Dave McKay. Not sure that throw over to first was textbook either. There's strike 1 to Tuffy, who has reached base safely in all 7 games he's played this year. And he's got hits in 5 of those games. Heard Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall on the radio this morning with Doug and Wolf on 98.7 FM, as he always is once a week, and everybody's raving about the new Sedona Red matte helmets.
They should be. Those are stylish.
Looks good. Tuffy modeling right there. The black versions look great too. Sedona Red. Pops it up foul ground. Buster's trying to find it in that light sky, and he's got it 2 down. If there's a concern about the Diamondback lineup tonight, it's once you get by Trumbo, Hill 5, Owing 6, Gozawish 7, Ahmed 8, and then the pitcher. There's not a lot of hits right there. That group collectively is slumping a little bit here.
It almost makes you wonder if you get opportunities like you have in this inning with the walk to Aaron Hill with nobody out in the inning, maybe start playing a little hit and run, maybe get some motion going, get the runners moving, take any indecision out of the hitter's mind. He knows he's going to swing at that next pitch if a hit and run is on.
Nick Ahmed bunting for a base hit. Duffy was back there, and Nick drops it down. A bunt single for Ahmed. And the D-backs at the very least will clear the pitcher spot here in the second. Heads up play by Nick right there.
Yeah, take what they give you. He waits a long time, deadens that ball out near the end of the bat. Duffy was playing way behind the bag at third base. I don't even know why he picked it up right there. He knew he had no play. Just let it keep rolling. Maybe it'll hit a clump of grass or some dirt and go into foul territory. There's really no upside to pick it up in fair territory.
Well, Archie, he's a hitter up there. Swung at the first pitch he saw against Clayton Kershaw and lined a base hit into left field. And that's the 1 for 3. I mentioned they're trying to find some hits 5 through 9. That was one right there. See if we can double up with 2 outs in the second. Archie Bradley told us he's seen and he's aware that pitchers in this division, the best pitchers in this division, and he named Bumgarner, Kershaw, Greinke, just to name a few, have to be treated like normal hitters because of the way they handle the bat, and he wants to be one of those guys. He says he tries to take his at-bats very seriously. And Bumgarner gets him to strike out. Second strikeout in the inning for Mad Bum. But Mark Trumbo's first home run this year is launched out of here to left, and the Diamondbacks are even with the Giants 1-1.
They're testing the mic. 1, 2, 3. Is it leading up? Oh, it's taking hits. All right.
Buster Posey with a 2-out RBI single, but the Diamondbacks get it back on Mark Trumbo's first home run this year. And we're 1-1 as we start the bottom of the second. Matt Duffy, Joe Panik, and Brandon Crawford, 6, 7, and 8 for San Francisco against rookie Archie Bradley in his second major league starts. And the Giants, who had their first lead at home all season long, up 1-0 after 1. Lost it 1 batter into the second. And there's strike 1 to Duffy. 292. Had a very good spring, Matt Duffy. Hit over 360 in the Cactus League with 3 homers and led the Giants in RBIs. And so he won a spot on their opening day roster, and that has carried into the regular season. 292 with 4 RBIs. Had his first career home run here yesterday that extended his hit streak to 4 games. And this is a guy with a Double-A batting title on the resume. He's a good player, Matt Duffy. On the ground, right to CO at second. 1 up, 1 down for Archie. I mentioned how the Giants have been slumping. One of their keys last year was their rookie second baseman, Joe Panik, after the All-Star break, who was just a tremendous hitter. But he had a quiet spring, Panik. He hit under 210 in Cactus League play, and he's under a $180 to open up the year.
And Bruce Bochy had a quick team meeting today. He said he didn't yell at him or anything like that. Just wanted him to relax and realize there's a lot of season left to play. Don't worry so much about your individual numbers. Just try to do something to help the team win every night.
Well, Panik was 3 for 5 on opening day against the D-backs at Chase Field, but he's had just 3 hits since. And he is 3 for his last 29 up there.
Well, I know from experience, partner, when you're slumping, especially early in the season, you look up at that scoreboard and you see your batting average starting with a 1 or a 0 in some cases. You tend to get tunnel vision. The world gets really small. All you can think about is, when am I ever going to get another hit? And sometimes if you can back up, look at the big picture. Maybe I hit a ground ball to second base right here. It'll move a guy to third, and the guy behind me will drive him in. Now I'm contributing to wins.
Called strike 3. Second strikeout for Archie Bradley. Both looking 2 down in the second.
Well, keeping that fastball down tonight. Everything down there at knee level. That's a good sign for Archie.
He can make his living right there with that location. That is tremendous. The command for Archie. That's the key with that fastball. Another slumping Giant. 5 for 33 to start the year. Brandon Crawford. Crawford, as he steps in here, stuck in an 0 for 22, so he tries to bunt for a base hit, and it rolls foul. Crawford had 5 base hits in the Giants' 3 games at Chase to open up the year, and he has not had a base hit since. 0 for 22.
And talking to Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper, who do such a great job on Giants television, they said he hasn't seen a fastball since he left Arizona. Teams attacking him with a lot of off-speed pitches and breaking balls. When they do show him a fastball, it's usually in a location. There's Mike Krukow.
Your old battery mate.
Yeah. Man, is he grab.
Well, in his defense.
At least he's got some, yeah. Well, throwing to me made him gray.
I worked with a guy one time who said, you know what my policy is on gray hair? It's hair.
It's hair.
Yeesh. 2-1. So Archie trying to get through a 1-2-3 second inning, keep that pitch count under control. But he falls behind on a guy who's 0 for 22. It's 3-1. And we know Madison Bumgarner is a hitter in the on-deck circle. And he loses Crawford. Second walk issued by Bradley. And the Giants will clear the pitcher's spot. A lot of D-backs dignitaries in the house, as we say. You mentioned the president and CEO Derek Hall is here. Tony La Russa, Dave Stewart, and the big unit. Randy Johnson on hand. They are all going up from here, Bob, to Reno, and Randy will throw out the first pitch at the Aces game tomorrow night. Which is a nice thing.
Randy was born and raised here in the Bay Area. Kind of a return home for him.
Bumgarner now. Crawford at first, 2 down. And he gets that one up in the air, left center field. But it'll stay well in the yard for Pollock. And they strand the 2-out walk. Here's what's next, brought to you by CenturyLink. Goldie, a homer yesterday in San Diego. We'll see him bat third in the Arizona third. It's 1-1. Giants series sponsorship is presented by Chevrolet. Well, there we are. That's us down there. AT&T Park. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly, Jody Jackson with you. Diamondbacks and Giants 1-1. It's the home of Madison Bumgarner. And it hadn't really been home sweet home for Mad Bum lately for all his remarkable accomplishments. And he was actually much better last season, Bumgarner, on the road than he was here in his home ballpark. They're set to start the third. Bumgarner last year, 15 starts here at AT&T Park. He pitched to an ERA over 4. And you'll see right there his ERA on the road last season in the very low 2s. So quite a difference there.
Yeah, this is a pitcher's paradise here. You talk to guys around the National League, and they love to pitch in this ballpark, especially those nights when the fog rolls in, the air gets heavy. It's very cold.
Ender and Ciarte grounded out to lead off the ball game. Duffy 2 or 3 steps in on the grass at third, and there's ball 1. Well, Ender 2 more hits last night. Had 3 doubles and a triple in the series at San Diego. Drove in 4 runs, scored 3 times. There's the strike. And Ender has had only 1 game this year in which he did not reach base safely. And even in the 2 games in which he came in late as a defensive sub, he found a way to get on base in his only plate appearance in that game. Once with a base hit, the other with a walk. Strike 2. Take there by Ciarte. Spits on that one. It's 2-2. Madison Bumgarner, he's a big boy out there. 6'5", 235. 25 years old.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks victory, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com.
Two is into left, a base hit. Ender and Ciarte's aboard again, a leadoff single. That's the 3rd Diamondbacks hit.
Boy, such a good approach against left-handers for Ender Ciarte. Watch him just keep that front shoulder closed, stay on this breaking ball that was working its way off the outside corner, and just slaps it through the left side for a leadoff base hit.
You want to try to get aggressive here?
You know,
get something started maybe. 1-1 game.
I think you wait and see what happens with the first pitch here. If he falls behind 1-0, then I'd like to see something happen. Yeah.
But there's the strike. It's 0-1.
You know, ideally a hit and run, you want to put the pitcher in a count where he has to throw a strike. That's why 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 are usually counts that you'll see a hit and run, because a pitcher is almost obliged to throw a strike. And for any hit and run to work, you need to have a pitch you can hit.
How much harder is it? You were in your defense, you were never exactly Lou Brock down there at first yourself, but how much harder is it to get a read down there against a left-hander like this?
Sometimes actually it's easier.
Really?
If the left-hander has a bad pickoff move to first base, you're better off not even showing it, because there's some indecision on the part of the base runner anyway, because the pitcher's looking right at you. But some guys have such poor moves to first base, and it differs so much from their delivery to home plate that you can pick it up right away. I wouldn't put Bumgarner in that class. He's got some deception to his pickoff move. He'll use a slide step pickoff move from time to time. But for some lefties, you don't even want to throw over there. Just let the runner keep guessing, because once you show a bad move, they're going to get a big jump against you.
Holds on the 1-1. AJ drives it to center, but it's right at Pagan. 1 down in the 3rd. Here comes Goldie. Goldie flying out to center his first time.
That's why so many times base stealers would just go on first movement against a left-handed pitcher rather than try to guess and try to read his move and read his delivery. As soon as he moves, take off for second base and just hope he's throwing the pitch to home plate.
That's why sometimes you see guys hung up and you think, what is he doing?
What is he doing? You know, it's a design play. Roger Craig used to have a pair of plays at first base. Initially, you take what they call a one-way lead. You take your maximum lead and then take one more step past that, almost forcing the pitcher to throw to first base. And even if he throws home, your first move is back toward the bag. Like, you can't read his move. I can't read his move. I can't read his move.
Goldie reaches down and lifts it in the air to right field. Blanco is there. Makes a nice sliding catch for the second out. Gregor Blanco. Lost it in the lights.
Yeah, pointing up at the lights here atop AT&T Park. A lot of times those humpback line drives don't get up high enough to go above the lights, and Blanco really had to battle that one. Just to finish that point, on one-way lead, you're always going back to first. Always going back to first, and the opposing team says, well, geez, he's not getting any read at all on this guy's move. So then you shorten up your lead and take off on the first movement on the next pitch. And Roger used to tell us you have to be a good actor. When you go back to first base, shake your head like, man, I can't read this guy's move at all. Talk to the first base coach. No, I can't get a jump on this guy. And then take off on first movement on the next pitch.
Well, the way Trumbo hit that home run back in the second, you don't want to get thrown out on the bases with him up there. He launched one 3/4 of the way up the seats and left. And it looked a little something like this. Leads off the second. Nice and easy.
Yeah, down and through the ball, but yet with a high finish, getting some backspin to really make that ball carry a long way to left field.
He's ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. Long pause by Baumgartner, and kind of 8 mark up inside, 2-1 now.
Boy, and hitters will tell you sometimes all it takes to get going is one good at bat, one time where you really make solid contact and you feel that sweet spot of the bat and you feel the rhythm that it takes to hit that ball out of the ballpark, and then hopefully Mark will be off and rolling here.
Hitting coach Turner Ward.
Better location that time with the fastball. And the home run was on a cutter that was working its way toward the outside corner, ended up in the middle of the plate. Look at Buster, moves inside. Baumgartner dots the glove.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Inciarte, the runner at first. They're really trying to tie him up inside. It's full 3-2.
Well, they saw what happens when he gets his hands extended in his first at bat of this game. They're just going to try to take the sting out of that bat. Everything inside.
So Inciarte will be off with a pitch at first. Baumgartner now at an even 50 pitches. Just to keep him honest. Ender gets a slow jump and Trumbo pops it up. Panic looking up into that dark sky. And in a string, the leadoff single, bottom 3 coming up. It's 1-1. D-backs and Giants from AT&T Park. April 25th, he'll get the Paul Goldschmidt cap courtesy of Sanderson Ford. On Saturday, May 9th, the Josh Colmenter bobblehead from Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And on May 24, the D-back Fedora cap courtesy of Gila River Casinos. You don't want to miss any giveaway games this year, so get your tickets now at dbacks.com. Nori Aoki leads off the San Francisco third. He grounded out his first time. 1-1 ball game. Giants scored first in the bottom of the first. A Posey RBI single. Diamondbacks answered top of the second with Mark Trumbo's first home run of the year. Archie Bradley trying to be efficient out there. And he's behind on Aoki 2-0. Make it 3-0. And Archie told us that looking back at his stuff against the Dodgers Saturday, he's aware the pitch count was an issue. He did have 4 walks. He's walked 2 so far in 2 innings tonight. There's his strike. But as he said, he didn't feel like any of them were necessarily bad walks. 2 were to Adrian Gonzalez, who, look, he was not going to let Gonzalez beat him. There's a base hit for Aoki. He continues to rake for the Giants. That's their second hit. But Archie said he probably had, looking back, average command of his fastball compared to where it was in the spring. And a lot of that he chalked up to nerves and said ideally he'd like to go 4th or 5th inning around 50 or 60 pitches. And so that's the goal tonight. He believes make better quality pitches and get some quicker outs. And he's got the leadoff man aboard for Blanco, who walked and scored his last time. Aoki 3 for 3 in his stolen base attempts this year, so they'll keep an eye on him over there. And against the Dodgers, as we showed you earlier, Archie, mostly just fastball, curveball, 2 changeups. And he thinks moving forward there'll be a better pitch mix in terms of the selection. Well, a lot of that, he says, is the game plan he and the coaches come up with. He's happy to rely on Tuffy Gozawish and Mike Harkey as far as the approach for attacking hitters. He's got a tremendous amount of confidence in Tuffy back there. In fact, he told Tuffy before the big league debut against LA last Saturday, I'm going to follow your lead. Just guide me through this. Whatever you put down, I'm going to try to execute the pitch the best we can.
Smart beyond his years. Always trust your catcher.
40 pitches now here for 2+. Long pause there and a late time granted by C.B. Bucknor behind the plate.
We're used to seeing hitters knee buckle on curveballs. That time C.B. Buckner was on his way out of there. Saw that curveball coming right at him. Watch this. Hey, watch out. Now you know how the hitters feel.
CB's got the hockey mask back there. Here's the 1-0. There goes Aoki. The throw from Gozawish is right on the money. That got him. Tuffy Gozawish throws him out, 1 down. First time this year Aoki's been thrown out trying to steal.
Well, Tuffy made that look easy, and that's not an easy ball to throw on. It's to his left. He has to reach out to get the ball, then close that front shoulder, but he put it right on the money to Nick Ahmed. Boy, just so fluid back there behind the plate.
2-0 to Blanco is in there for a strike. I remember you telling me about Chris Spire, who of course was, as you an ex-Giant great, about the way to receive that throw if you're the infielder on that play on stolen base.
Yeah, you want your glove going toward the tag. And Chris Spire had an amazing ability to always get his glove above the ball so that when he caught it, his glove was moving down toward the bag and toward the sliding runner. Even on balls that short hop bounced in the dirt down there, he would always stay above the ball so he could apply the tag quickly.
Roller to Chris Owings for the second inning.
I mean, once that ball, even before the ball is all the way in the back of the glove, he's already starting that movement down to apply the tag.
2 down for Pagan, who struck out looking his first time. Archie has struck out 2. He's walked 2. He's given up 2 hits, both singles. Pagan coming off back-to-back 3-for-4s in the Giants' previous 2 games against the Rockies. He's hit in 3 straight. There's a strike going away. We had a big series against the D-backs last week at Chase Field. Pagan 5-for-13, 4 doubles. Archie jumps ahead 0-2. And Pagan comes into tonight's series opener with a 14-game hitting streak against the Diamondbacks. And one more and he ties Moises Alou for 3rd longest ever against the D-backs. Jimmy Rollins' 19-gamer ended 4 seasons ago. That's the record. One's in the dirt. Now this is the Giants' best hitter up there. Archie jumped ahead 0-2. Let's see if he can put him away here and be more efficient like he talked about. Not get it full before trying to get the out. Get him right here. Save some pitches. This is with that big curveball. 2-2. And Archie Bradley is out of the 3rd under 50 pitches. We are tied up at AT&T Park.
Aaron Hill set to lead off here in this inning. Aaron walked in his first appearance tonight against Madison Bumgarner. Was 1-for-3 against Mad Bum on opening day at Chase Field. I asked Aaron, though, about hitting just 185 coming into today's game. He said, in my 10 years of baseball, I cannot explain it, but I seem to always get off to a slow start. He tries to not do anything different. He continues to prepare the same way, and eventually he feels he'll get on track, takes it day by day, pitcher by pitcher. But as Mark Trumbo told me before the game, the home runs will come. Guys, maybe Aaron Hill will start to bust out of this sooner rather than later.
Sounds good right about now, Jody. Thanks very much as Aaron leads off the 4th. Hill, Owings, Gozuish 5, 6, and 7 against Bumgarner. Aaron walked his first time up. And as Jody mentioned, 5 hits in 27 at-bats to start the year. That's that in the air. Easy fly ball for Pagan, drifting over to left center field. One away. And speaking of slow starts, here comes Chris Owings, who is scuffling. He struck out his first time in CO 2 for 24. So trying to get him going here in this series. And remember last year, Chris Owings had a great start to his rookie season. He hit over 310 last April and was National League Rookie of the Month. It's not like he's a slow starter or anything. And Chris told me that the difference for him to begin last year was not playing scary. But then his progress got slowed and then halted completely by the shoulder injury, and he's still trying to come back. He was hitting over 280 last season when he suffered that labrum injury. Missed about 10 weeks.
And while we have a quick moment here, let's take a look at our Valley Honda keys to the ball game here tonight. Don't let them up. We've talked about how the Giants offense has been struggling. Don't let them get started here in this series, and offensively execute the game plan. I alluded to it earlier. Turner Ward, Mark Grace came up with a great game plan against Clayton Kershaw. I'm sure they have something in mind tonight for Madison Bumgarner as well.
Chris Owens strikes out, 2 down. That's the 3rd strikeout for Bumgarner.
Sometimes when you're facing the best pitchers in the game, you have to make certain concessions. You can't cover inside and outside and up and down and hit a fastball, but yet be on a breaking ball. Sometimes you have to eliminate certain things and just look for one pitch in one location and make sure if you do get it, you don't miss it.
Tuffy goes a wish, popped up his first time. Tuffy drives it the other way into right field. It backs up Blanco, but he can go get him out there. And now that's 6th straight retired by Madison Bumgarner. 1-1 ball game. This year with the D-backs 4-game mini plan. Choose from the biggest matchups, holiday games like Mother's Day, Father's Day, 4th of July, or choose the big giveaway games at Chase Field. Choose any 4 games online at dbacks.com. AT&T Park, San Francisco. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson here. Archie Bradley out there in a 1-1 ball game to start the bottom of the 4th. Buster Posey leads it off, and we talked about the pitch mix, Bob, and curveball. A few more change-ups here from Archie so far.
Yeah, but a lot of fastballs, which is what we always expect from Archie Bradley. I think he just needs to be a little more careful on first pitch, and Tuffy can help him out with that. It's okay to throw a fastball if you keep it out of the middle of the plate.
Buster Posey, an RBI single his first time up, and there is strike one. Well, Archie told us on our D-backs podcast, which is available at dbacks.com, that at the very beginning of spring training this year, had a long conversation with Mike Harkey. And Hark told him that he wanted Archie to get to the point to where he can navigate his way through a lineup using only his fastball. And Archie said Harkey told him a lot of great guys do that, a lot of great pitchers. They can rely solely on their fastball to get themselves out of jams. Nick Ahmed smothers that one and throws him out. How about Nick Ahmed at shortstop? A terrific out to open up the bottom of the 4th.
Oh, really 2 great plays. The diving stop to keep the ball out of left field, and then watch this throw. Man, does he put something on that one across the diamond. Goldie picks the short hop. They get Buster easily at first base on what looked like a base hit. Great body control. Quickly got to his feet. Nicely done.
Brandon Belt flying out his first time. Did you ever catch guys who could work their way through an entire lineup throwing just fastballs?
I caught Rick Russell. Now, he threw a sinker. It wasn't really a pure four-seam fastball. He threw a sinker, and he threw 86 pitches in a complete game against the Phillies one time, and 84 of them were sinkers.
Made it easy on you.
Oh, man. Yeah, you don't have to overthink anything, that's for sure. But, yeah, when a pitcher has tremendous command of that fastball, you can make it look like different pitches, because a fastball down and into a left-handed hitter looks completely different than a fastball up and away to a left-handed hitter.
Elevates that time. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Well, Mike Harkey told Archie, you have one of those fastballs. You can be one of those guys all the way through the lineup with just your fastball. He gets ahead and now trying to get Belt to expand the zone. It's even 2-2. Through the first 3 innings, 40 fastballs, 5 curveballs, 4 changeups. But Belt is making them work.
I mean, you see the velocities for Archie. He's not overpowering. He's 91, 92. Occasionally he'll jump it up to 94, and it's fairly straight. But there's just something about the way the ball comes out of his hand. It looks like it jumps on the hitters.
Is that late life?
Yeah, and you know, there's pretty good fastball hitters that he's faced in his first 2 starts in the big leagues, and he's thrown some four-seam heaters right by him.
Well, he was consistent mid to upper 90s as a prospect in the minor leagues, and the emphasis now more command. You don't need to throw that hard, and try to mix in some other stuff along with the fastball. Called strike 3. 3rd strikeout for Archie Bradley. All 3 of them looking. And when he's needed to, he has spotted that pitch for strikeouts.
I mean, he just absolutely freezes Brandon Belt right here. It's pretty tough to freeze a left-handed hitter with a right-handed curveball, but that's exactly what Archie Bradley did right there.
Nice 3-2 knuckled curve. He's now retired 4 in a row. 2 down for Duffy, who grounded out his first time. Strike 1. How much of this, Bob, do you think goes under the heading, well, this is a kid they've never seen before? The Dodgers and now the Giants, in terms of Archie Bradley.
Well, there's a little element of that, but you know, because of the advanced scouting and the video that we have, I'm sure that the Giants and the Dodgers both had video of Archie Bradley pitching in the minor leagues. So it's not like he's a complete unknown, but I've said it many times, until you actually stand in that batter's box, you have to see it for yourself. You can only garner so much from a report and from video. You have to stand in there and actually see it. And I'm sure the Giants hitters as well as the Dodger hitters are saying, well, it looks like he's throwing a lot harder than the radar gun is saying.
He's ahead of Matt Duffy, 0-2. A 1 hopper to second. Chris Owings from the outfield grass spins and throws, and Bradley has retired 5 in a row. We are tied at 1 in San Francisco. Communications is set to take you to a D-backs game. Just stop by this month's participating Cox Solution Store at Tempe Marketplace, and you can enter for a chance to win 2 seats on the Fan Express. You get round-trip transportation to the Diamondback game on May 9th. That's coming up. For more information, FoxSportsArizona.com. May 9th is Saturday against the Padres. That's a 5:10 start. So get on the bus, Gus, as we start the 5th in San Fran. Nick Ahmed, Archie Bradley, and Ender Inciarte, 8-9-1 for the Diamondbacks against Madison Bumgarner. 3 hits for Arizona, 2 for San Francisco. Nick Ahmed has one of the Diamondbacks. It's a terrific bunt single with Matt Duffy, the third baseman, playing back. Nick dropped one down for a base hit. Duffy with his toes on the grass as Ahmed follows that one into the seats. It's 0-1. Bumgarner has settled in. He's retired the last 6 he's faced. And that bunt for a base hit. A good call by Nick, who was off to a 3-for-22 start at the plate coming in. He did not have a hit in the San Diego series, but he's 1-for-1 so far here. So already good ball game for Nick. He's got a bunt single, a terrific defensive play at shortstop.
Oh, he'd love to get him on base here leading off the inning, giving Chip the option of perhaps bunting Archie Bradley.
Edbum lost the handle on that one, a ball and 2 strikes. Archie on deck, struck out his first time. Chip Hale grew up in the Bay Area, not too far from here, about 20 miles away from his old high school. Rolled into center, a base hit. There you go, BB. Ahmed's 2-for-2. He's aboard to lead off the 5th.
Good start. You always love to get that leadoff hitter on, especially when it's the number 8 hitter in the lineup. Gives you some options now with the pitcher coming to the plate.
And that's Archie. Long look down at Andy Green at third.
Kind of adjusted in mid-swing right there. Took his stride, and the ball wasn't there yet. Kept his hands back, however, and able to guide it up the middle for a base hit.
And Duffy comes well in on the grass at third. Bell crashing in from first. That's strike 1. Surprises here from Archie. Pull back. Duffy still creeps in at third base. Squares again. Pulls back. There's a strike, 0-2. Bunting with 2 strikes, pops it up foul.
Now, normally a foul ball attempting to bunt on a 2-strike count would go down as a strikeout, but I think because Bell caught the ball, it goes as a pop up at first.
I think you're right.
Took a strikeout away from Mad Bum.
He's got 3. Have to settle for that. Ender Inciarte singled his last time up. Ender 1-for-2, back in the leadoff spot tonight. And Ender, in talking about the difference between this Diamondback team and last year's group, put it this way. He said, we're really a team now. And he said the biggest difference now is there's a lot of energy this season. Last year, not quite the same atmosphere that the club has now. Everybody helping each other, rooting for each other. And they're working on a lot of things they didn't work on last year. And all that coming off a great spring with momentum has created a very noticeable sense of renewal that's carried through the first part of April here for the Diamondbacks.
We talked a lot about it at Petco Park, that 3-game series with the Padres. The little things that they seem to attempt to do more often than they ever did last year. Moving the ball to the right side of the field with a runner at second, hitting the cutoff man, backing up bases, running everything out.
A little roller in the hole. Belt wanders way off the bag. They get the force on Ahmed, but Inciarte's aboard. And that's the second out. Really only one play for Belt there. So Inciarte aboard, 2 down for Pollock, who's 0 for 2. And if there's any question that things feel a lot better this year. Back with you tomorrow, 6:30 pregame show, Diamondback Live on Fox Sports Arizona. Game 2 of this 4-game set. Josh Colmenter and Jake Peavy, your pitching matchup. AJ hit safely in all 3 games of the Dodgers series over the weekend back home. It's 1 for 7 in 3 games in San Diego.
That left-handed step-off, pick-off throw to first base. Every time I see a lefty do it, especially a lefty in a Giants uniform, I'm reminded of Terry Mulholland. He had the best step-off move for a left-handed pitcher. That's a more traditional pick-off attempt there. You're used to seeing from a lefty where they pick up that front leg and try to hang in the air momentarily. Try to get that runner to commit one way or the other. Right there. But that step off, that's the one that's the equalizer for a left-handed pitcher.
I imagine that some guys are a lot better at that than others.
Oh, yeah. It's a very awkward move. As you can imagine, you're not stepping toward your target at all. You're just standing there basically flat-footed once you step off the rubber. And your body is wide open facing first base. You don't really point your shoulder like you normally would at your target. Snap throw.
One. AJ reaches down, pokes that along the right field line, and that is a fair ball. It's in the corner, and it's in the seats. A bad break for the Diamondbacks. Inciarte would have scored easily, but he'll have to go back to third. That's an easy run right there. But it's a ground rule double, second and third now, 2 outs for Goldie.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Inciarte would have scored easily on that ball. AJ actually goes out of the strike zone there. That pitch looked to be off the plate away, but got enough of it to bang it off the foul line and then up and over the wall out there.
All right, let's say that you're Bruce Bochy. You got first base open. You got 2 outs. You got Goldie up and Trumbo on deck. You're going to throw Goldie anything here, knowing that Trumbo launched one about 1.5 miles earlier in the ball game?
You know, I wouldn't think so. I mean, Bruce Bochy has seen Paul Goldschmidt do a lot of damage. Ooh, had a good rip at a high fastball right there. But he's got a lot of faith in his own pitcher out there that Madison Bumgarner will stay out of the middle. Not really give Goldie anything too good to swing at. But after that first pitch, you might want to reconsider. Man, did he have a rip at that one.
Goldie did not hit especially well in this ballpark last year. 6 games at AT&T Park. He hit under .230 with 1 home run. But for his career, he's about a .310 hitter here. And that one is gone. Way out of here. Paul Goldschmidt, goodbye. A 3-run homer. And the Diamondbacks jump out to a 4-1 lead. Second straight game with a homer for Paul Goldschmidt. They got him again.
I'll tell you something, partner. The media is going to ask Bruce Bochy the same question you asked me. Why do you pitch to Paul Goldschmidt right there? Well, yeah, like I said, you trust your pitcher's not going to make a mistake, that he can do some damage. But, man, Goldie had a good rip at the first one. And needless to say, pretty good pass at that one, too.
So Paul Goldschmidt, his 7th career home run in this ballpark. And the Diamondbacks have handed Archie Bradley a 4-1 lead. Here's Trumbo, who homered in his first at bat tonight. He's 1 for 2. Lifts that in the air along the right field line. Blanco's there, near foul ground, and he's got it. But the Diamondbacks get 3 off Ned Bum in the 5th. Paul Goldschmidt is 4th of the year, and it's 4-1 D-backs.
Well, Chip Hale spent plenty of time here in the Bay Area as bench coach for the Oakland A's, but today he is back as the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. His high school coach, you saw him right there on the right side of the screen, Don Miller, is here, his high school coach at Campo Lindo High School. I got the chance to talk to Don. He said Chip always was the first one to come to practice. He stayed late. He always wanted to talk to the coaches, even ride to games with the coaches, and he knew someday he would be a coach. He said he was Mr. Hustle, and Don has coached 18 major leaguers, including Brandon Crawford, who's of course playing in the game tonight. He just said he is the type of guy that always got the job done. He wasn't necessarily the superstar on the field, but he was so consistent, and he worked so hard, and he was so intense that he was a tremendous player. His freshman year, he was on JV, and midway through the year, he was promoted. And his first high school at-bat, guys, came against a left-hander from Livermore High named Randy Johnson.
How about that, huh? Thank you, Jody. Archie Bradley's retired 5 straight. And that streak ends as Joe Panik leads off the bottom of the 5th with a base hit. Just the 3rd hit for the Giants, all singles.
That first varsity at bat for Chip couldn't have been much fun because Randy didn't throw a lot of strikes back then.
He didn't throw a lot of strikes his first 5-6 years in the big league.
Yeah, he was a little erratic as a youngster. He certainly figured it out.
Well, the Diamondbacks with 4 runs, all 4 coming via the home run. Mark Trumbo, a solo shot to lead off the 2nd. And then Goldie, a 3-run homer with 2 outs in the 5th. But the Giants have the leadoff man on in the home half for Brandon Crawford. Crawford walked his first time. Crawford right now, after walking his first time tonight, still stuck in that 0 for 22. Have not had a base hit since the Giants series at Chase Field to start the year. And the last 3 seasons, he's been fairly consistent up there at the plate. 248, 248, 246. He will hit his share of doubles. Did start driving the ball more consistently last year. Had 10 triples and 10 homers, both career highs. So he's been gradually getting better as an offensive player, Brandon Crawford. He was all glove when he first came up. It's a rough start to the year this year with the stick. Down the left field line, and that one is in the seats. Archie Bradley said he'd like to go into the 5th inning at about 60 pitches. Not too far from that here. 2 strikes on Crawford. Backhander, can they turn 2? Crawford can run, but they get him. A double play turn behind Bradley. Well, they do not get the out at second base.
They're saying Chris Owings came off the bag too soon out there at second base in an attempt to get that ball over to Goldie to complete the double play.
Let's see Joe Panik coming in there from first.
Another nice play by Nick. Quickly plants that right foot, and I don't know. That's the old neighborhood play. It looked like he had his foot on the bag with the ball in the glove.
Chip Hale is out there right now. Lance Barrett is the second base umpire. And of course, you cannot challenge the neighborhood play. That is not subject to review. It's a safety issue, baseball says. So they don't want that being looked at. This is strictly an umpire judgment call. I think he had the ball in his glove when his foot was on the base. That's maybe what they
Yeah, he wasn't right on top of the bag. He kind of brushed it with the outside of his left foot right there. Man, we've seen a lot more egregious misses out there at second base called easy double plays.
So Panik is at second, 1 out. Fielder's choices. The ruling on Crawford out at first. Here's Bumgarner. Hopper Ahmed charges. And that's 2 down. Let's take a look at our T-Mobile game-changing player. Or players, Madison Bumgarner, World Series MVP pitchers. Another one just wandered into our booth.
Yeah.
Randy Johnson. We're wearing jeans, Randy.
Yeah.
It's a casual Thursday. Randy Johnson here throwing up the first pitch in Reno tomorrow, right? He is. He says he's looking forward to it. You never know who's going to wander in. It's great.
But no security on that door at all.
You want to jump in? No, he's I think we scared him. He's going to let the professionals do it. Let me know when they get here.
Yeah, please let us know.
They will let anybody in here. Nori Aoki singled his last time up. Strand that runner at second with 2 outs. Aoki has been among their most consistent hitters this year.
Yeah, Archie's starting to drop a few more first pitch curveballs in there to steal that first strike.
Is that what they call pitching backwards?
Yeah, you know, pitching backwards generally is you throw fastballs in breaking ball counts. You throw breaking balls and changeups in fastball counts.
That's the call there from CB Bucknor. It's 1-2. Randy wants to say it's just smart pitching.
It's really smart pitching.
You know, if you're going to have conversations, you have to put a headset on. There you go. I'm gonna make the Hall of Famer put on a headset.
These nuggets of information, we don't want them just floating out there to nowhere.
This is you right here. I don't know if I have a cord tall enough. Is that working? All right, Randy, can you hear us?
Testing.
Yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3. How you doing?
Perfect timing.
Oh, you gotta. Here you go. No, you're good. It's like a fire drill in here.
You got the left-handed headset here.
The cord is too short for you. I think that's the thing. 3-2 now on Aoki. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Thanks for coming by, man. If we had known, we would have baked a cake or something.
Well, I got the free meal, and I'm here.
What do you think of Archie so far?
I'm very impressed. And I was talking to Derek on the way to the ballpark today after him pitching 6 shutout innings against the Dodgers. And it's a little bit of a feather in your cap beating Kershaw. He's going to come into tonight's game with a lot of confidence, and I think he's showing that right now, and beating another frontline ace pitcher. And you know, there's still a lot of game left, but that will go a long ways, especially for a young pitcher like Archie.
Now, what do you like here? 3-2, trying to strand that runner at second base. You've got a pesky guy up there in Aoki.
Well, I think you need to see who's on deck as well. And
you got Blanco. Pagan behind him. Here it is. Bounce to third, right to Aaron Hill.
Get out of it.
And they do get out of it. So Archie Bradley, we will stay here at AT&T Park. Through 5 has a 4-1 lead, and we'll talk during a break instead of running commercials. Our thanks to Fox Sports Arizona for that. Let's talk to Randy Johnson. Do you see similarities between you and him? Any at all? What? That?
Well, I'm probably about 7 inches taller than him.
Throw with the other arm.
Throw with the other arm.
I mean, there's got to be something, right?
And you are a much better hitter.
I think he was probably a much better athlete than I am. My football days ended in Pop War.
It's a work in progress. Aaron Hill.
Exactly.
First pitch is right to Duffy at third. You seem to really have embraced your relationship now with the Diamondbacks, with the organization, with the community, with the younger players here. You mentioned how you're looking forward to working with some of the young pitchers. You seem to be really enjoying yourself these days.
Well, I think it took me a while. I mean, Bob would admit, and any manager that I had played for, and probably most of my teammates and most media would confess that I was wound a little tight. But I wouldn't change a thing. That's just was my demeanor on my day of the pitch, and I pitched best that way. And since I've been removed from the game now, I don't need that type of makeup anymore, and I think I've kind of gone back to what I once was, maybe in my early Seattle days in Montreal. Was kind of a lucky-go-lucky guy, and I'm enjoying what I'm doing during the off season now. Now I have no off season. Now it's my life. I'm enjoying the travel that I do. I do a lot of work with the USO, and a little more committed now towards the Diamondbacks and helping the minor leaguers and meeting some of the major league players that are new in this organization and being around on hand. But I needed to have a little time to do what I hadn't done with my family and even some of the things that I wanted to do on my own. Travel and photography.
Live your life.
Live my life. And I did that for the first 3 or 4 years. I mean, my God, it's been 6 years now that I've been retired. I've been to Afghanistan and Kuwait and Iraq and Turkey and Africa a couple times, and Bahrain and Cuba and South Korea, and wow. A lot of personal travel and then some travel for the USO. So I've had a great opportunity to enjoy life after baseball. Been very appreciative of everything that has come forth after baseball, and especially the years that I played. And I enjoy those years probably more now because I'm able to talk to people about some of those moments. Whereas when I was doing it, the one thing that my dad instilled in me was just don't get caught up in your success. Enjoy it, but don't let it be a distraction. And I really held true to that for the most part. I mean, there was moments where I really enjoyed what I was doing out there, and especially towards the latter part of my career when I wasn't throwing 95 to 100. The last year here in San Francisco, where I was going out and on a good day.
There's Tuffy, a little fly ball in the right field. Blanco has it. We'll take a break. Can you stick around for 3 more outs?
Sure.
We'll have Randy Johnson watch Archie Bradley pitch the bottom of the 6th, and you can watch along with us when we come back. Bottom 6 at AT&T Park. Steve Berthiaume, Bob Renly, Jody Jackson, and Hall of Famer Randy Johnson along the way with you. Fox Sports Arizona. Archie has allowed only 1 run. He's given up only 3 hits, all singles. He has walked 2 and struck out 3. And here in the bottom of the 6th, he'll work to Gregor Blanco, Angel Pagan, and Buster Posey, 2, 3, and 4, the heart of the order. There's the pitching line, Randy, so far, and Archie Bradley. Now, tell us what you see when you watch this young man pitch, because you look at things in a way that we can't.
Well, I think I'd seen him pitch in spring training. I saw him throw batting practice, and I was impressed because he was consistent with his mechanics. Didn't alter from his mechanics. You know, a high leg kick, which might be the key in his mechanics that gets him separation over the mound, and that appears to be repeatable for him, really easy. So I don't expect that he's ever going to have a lot of mechanical problems, maybe stuff problems throughout the course of the season. But you know, to only have given up 3 hits in 5 innings to a team that you know, is pretty pesky, and at home, I think he's competing extremely well going into the bottom of the 6th inning.
What is that high? Did you say high separation from the mound?
Well, separation. You know, he's got that high. He's got a high leg kick, and that, you know, then he separates. There's always a key in every pitcher. Usually, when you get that separation over the mound, everybody has a little hitch or a high kick or
here
something like
right
that.
Here.
Right there, and there's a separation. So, you know, that might be his key. You know, Fernando Valenzuela when he was looking up in the air, or Louis T when he turned his back, or things like that.
Our easy ground ball for Archie. Blanco grounds out. What a win.
Randy, what was the key for you? We were talking about it just a few moments ago. Early in your career as a professional, and I would imagine earlier than that as an amateur. Big, tall guy, threw hard, tough to keep your mechanics together. What was the turning point?
Well, I think the turning point was, you know, first of all, any professional athlete, any sport, when you do have success, you want to be able to repeat it. And there's nothing more frustrating as an athlete when you can't repeat it, or you're not repeating it. And so there was more moments than not throughout my minor league time and throughout my short, brief moments in Montreal that I would have glimmers of success, but I wasn't able to repeat it. And it all came back to my mechanics. I was either, you know, having a quality start, or I was walking 7 or 8 batters in a game. And it all came down to my mechanics. And there was nobody I could really turn to and refer my mechanics to theirs, because there was nobody else in the game at that time at 6'10". And not too many prior to that. And it really just came down to the mechanics, and I worked extremely hard. Got some good advice from Nolan Ryan and Tom House with the Texas Rangers, a little mechanical flaw, some footwork, and obviously I had to take that into the remainder of the season, work on that, and the off season, but it seemed to straighten things out a little bit. I don't know where I would have been without that. You know, there was moments where I'd had success, but I think as any athlete, you want to give yourself a chance to be competitive every time out there. And there was a lot of times where I fought myself, and it's tough enough to go out there 60 feet 6 inches, get a professional hitter out in the strike zone, and not be battling yourself on top of that. And so I did that a lot of my early days, and it was a blessing that I finally was able to some extent, get fairly consistent with my mechanics.
Oh, I think a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
So bouncer to third, Aaron Hill. The guy almost beats it out, hustling up the line. Well, that's something that people have talked about, Randy, with Archie Bradley. He's a big guy out there, 6'4", 230, not quite your size, but he's got a lot going on out there. And some of the scouts have talked about the need for him to consistently be able to get his athleticism in order and coordinate all those moving parts and be consistent with that motion, that delivery, and all the athleticism involved there.
Well, we all know that pitchers are the best athletes out there.
I thought it was catchers.
Well, I don't know who you were talking about.
Well,
oh, hey, Bob. But Archie obviously is very athletic. Obviously, with the opportunity to go on and play college football and being a quarterback, you have to be pretty agile and athletic. So,
well, this was a nice surprise.
Well,
you want to hang around, or you got other stuff to do?
I got nothing else to do.
All right, we'll keep going.
Drink coffee.
We're on a roll. See if we can roll another 7 here.
brought to you in part by Chaz Roberts, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. And by First Bank, member of the FDIC. In San Francisco, 7th inning, Diamondbacks lead the Giants 4-1. A pair of home runs, Mark Trumbo solo shot, and Paul Goldschmidt a 3-run homer in the 5th. All the offense for the Diamondbacks so far against Madison Bumgarner. We are joined again, or rejoined by our special surprise guest in the booth with us, Randy Johnson, getting set to be inducted into Cooperstown this summer. You ever seen anything in a postseason? Look who I'm asking, but like this guy did last year?
What did he do?
You might have been.
He followed the script that Randy said is what he did.
Yeah, exactly.
It was amazing. It really was. I just hope that he has a good season. Not too good. Obviously, I want the Diamondbacks to win the West, but I have a feeling that if he has anything less than what he's capable of doing, people are going to turn to last year and say, well, is he hurt? Did he throw too many innings? And I think that he's a professional athlete. He could just have an off year, a couple off games, and but what he did was pretty amazing. Absolutely, you just don't see those type of pitchers that are willing to do that and put themselves in that vulnerable position. And I think it lended a lot to his credibility, what type of pitcher he wants to be, and he is becoming.
He threw, Randy, 52 2/3 innings in the postseason last year. That's a major league record for one postseason by a pitcher. Really? And finished at 270 for the year.
It's a lot of innings. There's no doubt about that. I mean, you don't have pitchers throw that amount of innings in a season anymore. Don't know why. Generations before me, they were doing that all the time. I remember meeting Warren Spahn in my first year in Arizona in '99. I think it was 270 innings. I think I had like 12 complete games, and that was the most innings I had pitched in my career, and the most that had been pitched in Major League Baseball for some time. And when I went to go meet Warren Spahn that year after the season was over, he told me, son, I used to throw 300 innings every year. And that just puts things into perspective. For the most part, if something's being done in this game, it's been done once or twice. And if it hasn't been, then absolutely it's very special. So what Bumgarner did last year to throw the amount of innings he threw in postseason, it never having been done, that's extremely impressive and very special, because the game has been going on for almost 170, 180 years.
Well, he was like you. He came on at the end there in Game 7 and worked down to the bullpen. That worked out pretty well for both you guys.
Now, there's a bunch of workhorses that threw a load of innings in their postseason runs.
How about, there's a taller left-hander, how about you and Mad Bum? Any similarities at all?
I just think he's a grinder. He's out there making his pitches, and he doesn't want the ball coming out of his hand. He wants to be out there, and that was very evident by regular season and by postseason. He'll do whatever it takes to be out there for his team, and you can't teach that. That's a trait that comes within.
Now, when Bob went out to the mound in any game, was it a discussion? Did you just listen? I mean, how did that work?
He may have been just telling me what the spread was after the game.
I went out there one time and said something about just want to break up the rhythm, and Randy said, "What the heck does that mean?" So I turned around, went back to the dugout.
Good managing right there.
I think there was the only times he came out was just to take the ball from me, and it was one of those off nights, unfortunately, or to give me a little bit of a breather. Maybe I've been throwing a lot of pitches, and that's the great thing about having a manager that was a catcher. Is they are smart, and they can see.
Don't do that. Really?
Well, I'm not saying they're the smartest between the lines. They're smart enough to realize that when the pitcher, the smartest player out there, is tired or needs a little bit of a break, it's really sometimes the catcher's responsibility to come out there and lend him a little break and take a little time out and have him gather himself. And Bob, being a manager, being a former catcher, he could see that from the dugout. So
Bumgarner's retired 6 straight, and he plunks Ender Inciarte with 2 outs.
You know, Randy, I want to back up a little bit, talking about repeating your mechanics and being consistent with your mechanics. What in the world happened in Atlanta? The perfect game. I mean, I've never seen anybody as locked in as you were that night ever on the mound.
Yeah, I mean, I only wish that I could have bottled that. I didn't feel like I warmed up any different than any other game. There was games where I was wondering. There was other games in my career where I was wondering how I was going to get through the first inning, let alone the whole game, based on the way I was warming up. And then I would go out and maybe have a good game. And then on the other side of the track, there was times where I was really feeling like I had good stuff down the bullpen, and I maybe didn't last, but 2 innings, and I'm shaking my head. So, on any given night, it's just it just kind of develops, It really does.
And the beauty of baseball is you never know when it's going to happen.
Well, you really don't. You get deep in the game, 5th, 6th inning, and you see a couple of defensive plays behind you, and guys are on the bench. And I've seen this firsthand, where I'm sitting on the bench watching a no-hitter in the 5th or 6th inning. I'm seeing a great play now late in the game, and I'm thinking, you always see, a couple of nice defensive plays that save the no-hitter, and it was just one of those games where the weather was nice, and that helped a lot too, because it was nice and humid, and I was nice and warmed up, and got a couple of runs. But I was pitching against the crafty there lefty, Mike Hampton.
Yeah.
And he was, and I recall that game a little bit in the sense that there was a couple of close base hits, and Mike almost legged out an infield base hit to the shortstop, and then there was a nice play at first base, and just those things that kind of develop, and then you just hope that you can carry it all the way through.
So what's the rest of the year looking like for you, other than, of course, what's going to happen in Cooperstown? Maybe work with some minor leaguers?
I flew in with Derek Hall today to watch tonight's game here, and we're going to fly to Reno tomorrow and watch the AAA opening night there, and take in the festivities there. I will have an opportunity to see some of the young kids and talk to them, and I'm planning on doing that a little bit more this year. And there's the 3rd out of the inning.
It's your call.
I'll stay.
It's up to you, man.
I can stay.
It's great to have you. This is a lot of fun. Archie Bradley and Randy Johnson all in one night, D-backs fans. It's 4-1 Arizona. Seventh, Archie Bradley so far, 6 innings of 3-hit ball, all 3 hits giant singles. Mark Trumbo, a solo homer to lead off the 2nd, and Paul Goldschmidt a 3-run shot with 2 outs in the 5th. All the Diamondbacks scoring coming via the long ball. Brandon Belt leads off the 7th. Belt, Duffy, and Panic 5, 6, and 7. Left-hander Oliver Perez has started throwing in the Diamondback bullpen. Steve Berthien, Bob Brenly, and Randy Johnson along the way here in our Fox Sports Arizona booth. He said, Bibi, he told me he's just walking by getting a cup of coffee.
Nice. I like that. I like that the coffee's down the hall past our booth. That works out well.
So he just thought he'd pop in. We got the pop in from Randy Johnson, and here he is.
Got to ask you, RJ, I mean, throughout your career, you competed against Dave Stewart and obviously Tony La Russa over on the other side. Sometimes as the manager, you competed against him, and now you guys are all working on the same team.
It was nice. The spring train for the first time came in, and obviously Tony was here. Seeing him and competing against him for so many years when I was in Seattle, and interleague play when he was with Oakland, and even St. Louis when he was there when I was with the Diamondbacks. I would say of any manager, I've probably faced Tony probably the most of my career. And then obviously, I don't really recall whether I've ever personally faced Dave Stewart. But I know that I've been on the opposing side of watching him pitch against us, and what a competitor he was. And now, their job is much more important than mine. Theirs is to really get this organization back on track at a competitive level with the talent we have here. And I'm excited about seeing that as well.
Oh, good start for Archie here in the inning. Creeping up on 100 pitches. He strikes out Belt for the 2nd time tonight. And that'll bring up the 3rd baseman, Matt Duffy. What do you think it's like with Oliver Perez apparently ready, Randy, for the organization to have a young guy like Archie Bradley here? And Kershaw and Bumgarner, he's 1-1. He's leading here in the 7th. In his 2nd start. What does this mean for the organization?
I think it means a lot. I think that based on the evaluation of the people that feel like they know everything, the media, and I mean that in this way. Yeah. They're the ones that have to rank the teams and how the divisions are going to fall. And most media people, and probably rightfully so, based on the talent level, this team being extremely young and not having a lot of veterans, they chose this team to finish behind, San Francisco, perennial, sure, or at least reigning world champions, San Diego, who's went out and did a lot in the offseason, and the Dodgers.
Archie's getting some quick outs here.
I think what you're going to have is you're going to have a team based on the way they get out of the gate here. They are going to be a little bit more relaxed and see that they can compete with these teams, taking 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers and competing against the reigning world champions. And for Archie, pitching well and beating the Dodgers and beating San Francisco, and not only beating, because he's beating them, but he's competing against their best pitcher. I don't know what type of person he is on a competitive level, but it doesn't matter what kind of person you are. It surely gives you confidence as a young pitcher at 21 years old, pitching at the major league level.
So Panic, a little flare that drops in front of Inciarte for a 2-out single. And Bradley's right at 100 pitches. And you've got Crawford coming up. Perez still throwing in the bullpen. Looks like Brad Ziegler is getting up as well. And there's more coming up behind him, of course. Braden Shipley pitched very well again tonight. And you've got Aaron Blair down there as well. Touki Toussaint. And that's going to be it for Archie Bradley. 100 pitches. He'll go 6 2/3. And he gave up just 3 hits, all singles.
Boy, very impressive once again for young Archie Bradley.
Back after this. comes into your mind when you see this?
I think I was, what, 40, 41 years old?
Oldest man to ever throw a perfect game. You made Robbie Hammock's career.
Well, you know what? I didn't know how to react after that. And after I saw Robbie jumping up and down and having so much energy, I thought maybe I better crack a smile and jump up and get excited too. There's just moments, like I said, I was so blessed to play 22 years. I never imagined that. And these will be a lot of things that I talk about in my 12 minutes given on stage in the Hall of Fame. I don't know how I'm going to thank everybody. And
is that the limit? They give you 12? That's it?
Well, I'll probably push it to 12 and a half if I can.
You probably get away with it.
But I'm just so blessed that the people that I've met and the things that I've been able to accomplish. And
Brandon Crawford takes Perez out of here. Bradley had retired 8 straight before Panic's 2-out single. Perez comes on, and Brandon Crawford, who hadn't had a hit in a long time, in fact since the Diamondbacks series, makes it a 1-run ball game. That'll snap an 0 for 23 for Crawford.
Well, he mentioned he'd been seeing a steady diet of breaking pitches after the opening series against the Diamondbacks, but that time Ali Perez challenged him with a fastball in the inside part, and he did not miss it.
Madison Bumgarner has been announced as the hitter. His turn in the order. He's in the batter's box. Chip Hale going to go get Brad Ziegler. And we'll see if Bruce Bochy counters here. We'll take a break in San Francisco. It's 4-3 D-backs. Brandon Crawford, a 2-run homer. The Giants have made it a 1-run ball game, and with 2 outs and nobody on in the 7th, it's Brad Ziegler. They had announced Madison Bumgarner as the hitter to take his scheduled turn. Ziegler came in, so Bumgarner is back in the dugout, and Hector Sanchez, the catcher, the backup catcher, will take the at-bats. And rifles that one right by Bill Hayes down there at first. So that closes the book on Bumgarner, who goes 7 innings, gets up 4 runs, pardon me, 2 on home runs. Sanchez 3 for 21 this year at the plates. So Archie Bradley threw 6 2/3, gives up a run on 4 hits, 2 walks and 4 strikeouts, 100 pitches, 61 for strikes. 1-2 on Sanchez. You got a grade, Randy, for Archie today?
Well, I just think you could never second guess, but I would have liked to have seen Archie throw 7 more pitches, 10 more pitches tops, and get out of the inning himself. I think that would go a long ways for him as well. Obviously, things are going to be tough. You're going to be in tough situations. You're going to be tired. It's going to be deep in the game. The game's on the line. But I think that's really where, you become a pitcher. You realize what it takes to get out of a tough situation. And, that sometimes is the manager's call, because obviously he's the one that's coming to get you. So he'll have games like that for sure.
Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, we can't thank you enough. That was a lot of fun. We appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
.30 here on Fox Sports Arizona. Jake Colemencher for the D-backs. Or Josh Colemencher for the
Josh or Jake. One of them.
Now Will Clark is in here distracting me. So Josh Colemencher and Jake Peavy tomorrow. Will the Thrill wandering into the booth during the break. Couldn't get him to put a headset on though. I think he was complaining that Randy was on so long.
Yeah. Well, he was next door talking to Kruk and Kipe, so I said, boy, we put together a pretty good all-star team up here in the press box tonight.
Good. It's a fun night here at the ballpark. Gene Machie, the new pitcher, and he's off to a 4.50 start in terms of the ERA. He's appeared in 5 games this season. And has become one of the most valuable guys they have back there, but he's off to a rough start this season. Paul Goldschmidt leads off the Arizona 8th, a 3-run homer for Goldie in the 5th inning, his 4th of the year. This is our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool play of the game. A 3-run bomb by Goldie. That with 2 outs in the 5th made it 4-1. Giants got 2 back on the Crawford homer off Oliver Perez, and it's 4-3 here as we start the 8th. I can't wait to see who's going to wander in here next.
I know. This is great.
It's one of those nights. Boy, how about Will Clark? That guy. He might have had one of the nicest left-hand swings.
Oh, beautiful.
Ever.
Just picture perfect. And talk about a guy who was at his best when the lights were shining the brightest.
Right to panic at second. 1 for 4 for Goldie, 1 down in the 8th.
Yeah, Mark Grace and Will Clark put on an exhibition in that, what year was that? 89 playoff, the National League playoffs. Seemed like Gracie and Will Clark were the only 2 guys getting any hits.
Well, social media is loving the booth visit by Randy. They're loving what they've seen from Archie Bradley. Patrick Peterson of the Cardinals out on the Twitter there, BB. Well done, Archie Bradley. Another strong outing. Let's finish off this
D-backs win, get Archie to 2-0. That from Patrick. So thanks, Patrick Peterson. Mark Trumbo, a long home run to lead off the second, his first of the year. There was never a moment where you were going to walk out there and take the ball from the big unit.
Oh, I just had to look it up to get my facts straight.
I see you looking stuff up over there.
In 2001, May 18th, the same day he threw his perfect game 3 years later, but against the Chicago Cubs, we were tied up at no score through 5 innings, and Randy Spott was due to lead off in the bottom half of the inning. Now, this was early in the season when BK was our long guy and unhittable.
Yeah.
Well, Randy did a lot of things well, but hitting wasn't one of them. So I said, listen, we're going to pull the plug here. You'd only given up 1 base hit to the Cubs in the game, but we had to score to win. We had such a strong bench. I sent David DeLucci up to pinch hit for Randy. I think he was about ready to strangle me, but DeLucci gets a base hit. There's another base hit. We end up scoring 2 runs, and Randy vultures a victory out of 5 innings. I think that went a long way towards him trusting me a little bit more as a manager, that maybe I did know what I was doing.
Trumbo strikes out, but she has retired the first 2 he's faced. Here comes Aaron Hill.
And you can't believe what a big fan of David DeLucci's I was when I sent him up there to pinch hit for RJ with a 1-hitter going through 5 innings.
Looks like Daniel Hudson might get the 8th here. Aaron Hill 0 for 2. He walked in the second.
And it's hard for me to say this without sounding arrogant, but I truly believed it at the time. I believed we had a good enough team to win the World Series, and I wasn't worried so much about today's game or tomorrow's game. I was worried about the entire season, and we obviously needed Randy, we needed Kurt, we needed everybody to be healthy in August and September, and as it turned out, in October. So any chance we had of pulling the plug, saving a few pitches, saving a few innings, we were going to do it early in the season because we wanted those grizzled veterans. Our average age was 34.5 in 2001. We wanted those guys to be fresh all year long, so that really helped that the guys came back and scored a couple of runs for Randy, and he got the win out of it anyway.
And Randy was pretty grizzled back then, but that's interesting because there is a fine line between trying to win every game, trying to win every series, and yet think big picture over a 6-month season for the manager, isn't it?
Well, I felt there was with our team. I could just see our guys staggering to the finish line if we tried to play them every day and eat up a lot of innings with our horses.
Well, the Diamondbacks trying to get Archie Bradley to the finish line. He's in line for a win. It's 4-3, bottom 8 coming up.
I think there's a lot of similarities between the guy on the left, Curt Schilling, getting a swing and a miss from Reno Aces manager Phil Nevin, and Archie Bradley on the right. They start in almost the same position. follow through is very similar. Similar build, similar mentality out there on the mound. Schill a little bit wider in his stance. Archie a little bit turned with his upper body, but a lot of similarities between those two right-handers.
Well, a hard-throwing right-hander, Daniel Hudson, on there for the 8th inning for the Diamondbacks, and some defensive changes behind him. 4th appearance on the year for Huddy. He's worked 3 2/3 innings so far. He's got a strikeout. Opponent hitting just over .210 against him. And Ender Inciarte has moved over from left field to right field. David Peralta will now play left field and bat ninth. Inciarte is in right, replacing Mark Trumbo, so pitcher spot now 4th in the D-backs order. Nori Aoki, who singled in the 3rd, leads off the San Francisco 8th. He's 1 for 3. There's Ender now in right field. And we've seen Bob Chappelle do this a number of times. You get that lead and you get through Trumbo's final at bat, and then you make a defensive change. Trying to make that 1 run hold here. Diamondbacks led it 4-1, now 4-3. Sticks the bat out there, sends it rolling up the middle. Ahmed has to hurry, and Nick Ahmed makes a terrific play to get Aoki for the first out in the 8th. Boy, he's been great down there all night long.
He made one outstanding play after another in this ball game. Probably none more so than that one. He really had to hurry with Aoki going down that first baseline. That little slap and run at the same time. The ball actually took a errant hop off the side of the mound. Nick made the adjustment. Outstanding play.
Got him by half a step. Blanco walked and scored in the 1st. He's 0 for 2. Santiago Casilla, the closer, warming up at the Giant bullpen. 95 from Huddy. Misses. It's a ball. So the bullpen will have to navigate its way through the heart of the Giant order one more time, with 1 out in the 8th. Blanco waves at that one, a ball and a strike. Blanco's hit safely in 4 straight, hitless so far tonight. One and 2.
Let's take a look at this day in baseball history, brought to you by Geico. April 16th, 1975, after signing with the Dodgers. A lot of people don't realize that. Giant great Juan Marichal appeared in his final major league game, finished his 16-year Hall of Fame career with more complete games than victories. You'll never see that happen again.
Nick Ahmed, one more time. We'll see that happen again. 2 terrific plays by the D-back shortstop for the first 2 outs here in the 8th. You got the Juan Marichal statue right outside the ballpark here, right by the water. One of the great statues outside all along the Cubby Cove. Number 27 with that trademark high leg kick. One of the all-time greats. In fact, I should have asked Randy Johnson about this, BD, because he's the photographer. I took that one and sent it out on the Twitter. Man. Took that with my phone there walking into the ballpark.
He cut off his left heel just a little bit.
I was going for artistic vision. I don't want to get into it, you know. I'll ask Randy about that afterward. Here's Pagano for 3. I really like Huddy in this role. Come in the 8th inning, throw 95. Not like Wade Davis did for the Royals last year. He was a guy that Wade Davis was a guy that was a kind of a 5th starter type in Tampa Bay. Royals got him. They said, forget starting. Why don't you be our 8th inning guy? Come in, throw upper 90s, get 3 outs, and we'll send it to the closer. And of course, that Royal bullpen was a huge weapon for Ned Yost in their postseason run. Well, Daniel Hudson might be the Diamondbacks' Wade Davis. How about 3 balls all to Nick Ahmed? So Huddy comes in, gets 3 6-3s, and sends us to the 9th. Diamondbacks with a 4-3 lead. A D-backs game and live it. It's for the thrill of the game. Pepsi Live for now. Pepsi, the official soft drink of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And what a night here at the ballpark for D-backs fans. They lead the Giants 4-3 in the ninth, trying to make it 2 wins in 2 starts for Archie Bradley. And Addison Reed, the closer, has them throwing in the Diamondback bullpen. Gene Machia is back out there for San Francisco, although the left-hander Jeremy Affeldt is throwing in their bullpen. You've got Chris Owings, Tuffy Gozawish, and Nick Ahmed, 6, 7, 8 scheduled in the Arizona ninth. And Owings has had a tough night up there. CO, 3 at-bats, 3 strikeouts. He is 2 for 26 to start the year. A 1-run ball game in the ninth. First of 4 against the Giants, all 4 ball games right here for you on Fox Sports Arizona. There's strike 1. The bouncer to Duffy at third. 1 away. Well, Bob Chip Hale has some options down there on that bench. He's got Jake Lamb. He's got Yasmani Tomas. He's got the bottom of the order up here. But it looks like they'll go in order. Owings goes to wish on there.
Well, once again, you want your best defense on the field late in the ball game with a 1-run lead. So he's going to roll with the guys he's got in there right now, figuring that's his best defensive lineup.
There's a strike on the 1. Well, Tuffy, he's Mr. 1 for 4 up there. He'll get you the base hit. He's reached base safely in all 7 games he's played this year, but he's 0 for 3 tonight. And he's down 0-2. And Chip Hale says that Tuffy is, of course, in there for his defense first. But Chip has noticed, and we have for a long time now, that Tuffy just has this real uncanny way of getting those hits with 2 strikes and 2 outs.
He takes a big swing, sometimes almost out of control with his swing. He doesn't always square it up on the barrel of the bat, but he's muscled some base hits into the outfield. Some of his ground balls have found holes. And I've said it many times before about Tuffy or any other guy who's been, labeled as a backup catcher, and you suddenly find yourself with an opportunity to get 4 at bats every day against live game pitching, and guys turn out to maybe be a little better offensively than you thought they were going to be, and I think Tuffy's going to be one of those guys.
Another 0-2. Hey, fans, followed the Diamondbacks all season long with the MLB.com at Bat app. It's the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment, at any moment. With in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and a whole lot more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or tablet. Another 0-2 to Tuffy Gozawish. And I said this all season long. The great thing that I appreciate about Tuffy is he never, ever gives away an at-bat. Not one time. 9 years in the minor leagues, he couldn't. That's who he was. And it's who he is now. I mean, he just will not give up an at-bat. Appeal. Chris Siegel says he didn't go. 1-2. Look, he was quickly down 0-2. Bochy didn't like that, but now Tuffy's drawing this thing out into a long AB. He's got the 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up.
Really close there.
So you're saying he went
really close.
Bob Brenly, ladies and gentlemen.
Good take there. Nasty splitter from Machi. He's got a good one.
2-2.
Well, the more pitches that guy has to throw, the better chance he's going to make a mistake and put a ball somewhere you can put a swing on it and find a gap, find a hole.
Drifting near the Diamondback bullpen, and that one's in the seats. And how about Tuffy Gozawish? Just what I was talking about. He is not giving up an at bat.
And that nearly had home run distance. It was just short of the brick wall out there in right field at the 309 mark. About 15 or 20 feet to the left, that ball might sneak up there onto the porch.
0-2, and pitch number 10 in the AB is coming up. There it is.
Yeah, it landed right in that little section right there, slicing the whole way.
This is tremendous. Talk about a grinder. Just dirt dog grinder. Every little cliche you can think of, but boy, they all fit.
And you know, because of the route he took to get to this point, that he appreciates it more than anybody else on the field. Every opportunity to get in that batter's box or get behind the plate, call a game for his pitcher, he doesn't take anything for granted.
It's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ahmed with a pair of hits, including a bunt single, is on deck.
Oh, it's up.
Got him. Well, Tuffy didn't make it easy, that's for sure. 2 down.
That was that Machi splitter once again on the full count pitch, just off the outside corner and down a little bit.
How about this? Gene Machi has thrown 13 pitches in this inning, 12 to Tuffy.
And that at bat may pay dividends at some point in the future this season. Tuffy may have another opportunity to face Gene Machi with the game on the line, and can't hurt seeing 12 pitches in 1 at bat. He saw everything the right-hander has.
12 pitches in the 8th, I should say, and a little bunch there to Tuffy Gozawish. Strike 1 to Nick Ahmed. Addison Reed ready down there in the Diamondback bullpen. Giants in the 9th will have Posey, Belt, Duffy 4, 5, and 6. We have not seen Addison Reed since Game 4. And he pitched the first game of that series against the Dodgers. That was Friday.
Hey,
almost a week.
You kind of had the feeling Addison Reed was going to get in this game one way or the other tonight just to get some work. You don't want your closer to sit down there for too long of a stretch without an opportunity to face hitters.
1-2 to Nick Ahmed. Peralta would be next. We'll roll to second, right to Panic. Well, here we go. Bottom 9 in San Francisco. Diamondbacks 4, Giants 3. Addison Reed is on his way in. A look at our Cox Gigalife high-speed highlights. Ninth inning in San Francisco. Diamondbacks with a one-run lead, trying to get Archie Bradley his second win in as many big league starts, and on for the third time this year is the closer, Addison Reed. Buster Posey, Brandon Belt, Matt Duffy, 4, 5, and 6 in the Giant ninth.
First pitch slider for Addison Reed. I like that. I don't think he had enough confidence in that pitch last year to think about throwing it at first delivery to a guy like Buster Posey, but dropped it in there for a swinging strike one tonight.
You're absolutely right. Good start for Addy. Posey an RBI single in the first. He's 1 for 3. And Reed jumps ahead with a fastball there, 0-2. Addison Reed saved the Giants, or saved the Diamondbacks' first win of the year against the Giants. That was game 2. Last Tuesday at Chase Field. He has not pitched, as we mentioned a moment ago, since game 4. That was last Friday against the Dodgers. He's ahead of Posey, 0-2.
Much improved slider this year from Addison Reed. There were occasions last year where he would throw that pitch and it just didn't break. Basically, it was just an off-speed fastball. It didn't have any movement away from a right-handed hitter, but he's got it going in the early going this year.
And that is such a critical pitch for him. It was a real weapon with the White Sox. It came and went at times last year. 1-2. Doesn't get the call from C.D. Buckner. It's 2-2.
How do you lay off that pitch? That was all over the strike zone until the last few feet before it got into the hitting zone. Just dips off that outside corner.
On the ground to second. Chris Owings can't make the play.
It's easy to sit up here in the press box and say that CO had more time than he realized right there with Buster Posey running. Just couldn't gather himself and get his body balanced enough to make a strong enough throw over there to first base to get Posey.
Now remember, they already used Hector Sanchez to pinch hit back in the 7th inning. Posey is the catcher, so he will stay in there and run the bases. He's the tying one. Here's Brandon Belt, 0 for 3. He has struck out his last 2 times up. Strike one.
Couple of perfectly located fastballs to start this sequence. One for a called strike, and that one, a defensive swing, fouled it off to the third base side. Tuffy slides on that outside corner, and Addison puts it right where he wants it.
Belt 2 for 20 on the year as he stands in here. That's a foul ball. Overshift is on the right-hand side for the left-hand hitting Belts. This is away, a ball and 2 strikes.
Tried to throw that slider to the outside corner, get Brandon Belt to quit on it when he sees it off the corner, and then that late movement bring it right back. Just didn't quite get there.
Two and two. Boy, it's tough to beat these guys. It's just so hard to put them away.
Challenge fastball right there. Outer third of the plate, up a little bit. Don't foul it straight back. Had a pretty good rip at that one. Slider on the way.
Lifts it in the air to left. Peralta. He's got room. 1 down.
Fairly routine catch by David out there in left field near the foul line, but I like the fact he hustled it back in quickly. He didn't know whether Buster Posey was halfway on that play or whether he had gone back to first to tag up and try to advance. That's a potential tying run on over there at first base. David's not going to give him any opportunity to advance.
Well, Posey still at first after the leadoff single. 1 down. Here's Matt Duffy, who's 0 for 3. He has grounded out 3 times. Textbook. Blocked and recovered.
If anybody's going to appreciate this, it's a base runner on over there at first, Buster Posey. We saw his blocking form earlier in the game. Look at that, right in the middle of the chest protector. Mask off, eyes up.
Duffy hit his first career home run in their ball game here last night against the Rockies. Tuna. Chasing that slider for a strike, 2-1.
It's good to see Addison has a couple of weapons available to attack opposing hitters this year. We talked about it earlier in the inning. That slider just wasn't a consistent pitch for him last year. There were times he could not afford to throw it in a game situation because he didn't know if it was going to break or not.
That doubled up. Matty told us last year the slider would feel good for a little bit and then he'd suddenly lose the feel for it for about a month or so. Something he never really experienced with that pitch when he was in Chicago. But he has worked hard this season. That was the goal, to stay sharp with that slider. 2-2 to Duffy.
I don't know about you, partner, but for me it would seem appropriate to end this game on a double play ball hit to Nick Ahmed.
The way that he's played down there, Nick has been sensational at shortstop all night long.
He's made 6 or 7 outstanding defensive plays, put a great tag on down there at second base to catch a runner attempting to steal.
Got a couple of hits, including that bunt single back in the 2nd inning.
Let him finish it up here.
Well, Duffy's grounded out 3 times already tonight. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Posey the tying run at third. Oh, it's full 3-2.
Well, once again, how do you take that pitch with 2 strikes? I mean, that is nasty. Catches the edge of the corner at the bottom of the knees.
Well, that is a really good pitch right there. The 3-2. There goes Posey. Foul back. Left-hand hitting Joe Panik is on deck. Duffy up there one more time on 3 balls and 2 strikes. Diamondbacks trying to close this out and get the win for Archie Bradley. Posey off for the pitch one more time, and Duffy fouls it back to the screen one more time. We'll do it again.
I'll tell you, if Duffy should happen to swing through one here or take a called 3rd strike, it's going to be tough for Duffy to throw him out at second base. Buster Posey, that is. Not that he's got a big lead, not that he has great speed, but Addison Reed really slow in his delivery to home plate.
Posey takes off. Ground ball, 3rd. Aaron Hill recovers, knocks it down, and throws him out.
Nice.
2 down. Nice recovery there by Aaron Hill at 3rd base. But the Giants get Posey into scoring position with 2 down, and Joe Panik will be the hitter.
With Posey on the move, there's a chance he goes 1st to 3rd if this ball gets through, but Aaron got a glove on it and knocked it down, and just like we talk about Tuffy, block and recover, that's basically what Aaron Hill did at 3rd base. Knock it down, find it, pick it up, and throw him out.
Well, Joe Panik came into this series 3 for his last 29 at the plate. But he has singled in his last 2 at-bats. He's 2 for 3. Struck out looking his first time up. 4-3 ball game, 2 outs, 9th inning. And the Giants have the tying run at second base, the winning run at the plate. Ball 1.
We had a cross-up right there. Yeah, we've talked about Tuffy at length this season, how good he is blocking balls in the dirt and receiving. When you see him do something like this, you know it had to be a cross-up. Now, it may have been Tuffy that put down the wrong fingers. It may have been Addison that misread the sign. We're not sure who the fault lies with, but he was definitely crossed up on that pitch and immediately went out to the mound afterward.
They get lucky with a strike. It's 1-1 now. In the air, right center field. That one is carrying, and that ball is off the wall. Posey will score, and Panik is in at 3rd. We're all tied. Inciarte just couldn't track it down. It carried and carried to the deepest part of the ballpark, and it's a 4-4 ball game. RBI triple for Panik.
Well, we know this is a big outfield to cover ground. A lot of room out there in that gap in right center. But that ball was in the air for a long time. Ender got there. Just stuck his glove out there and missed that fly ball. Panik ends up at third base.
And now the Giants have the winning run 90 feet away. 2 outs for Crawford, who homered his last time up. They will walk Crawford. The pitcher spot is up next. Casey McGee is in the on-deck circle. He's been out with a knee injury. McGee hasn't played since last Saturday. He's got a bone bruise in that left knee. So Archie Bradley will not get the win here in his second major league start after he pitched a terrific ball game. And Joe Panik, who had 6 hits all season long coming into the ball game, has 3 tonight.
And now you get to the point of the ball game where you think about bringing in another relief pitcher and saving Addison Reed some pitches. The save is no longer a factor. Now the Diamondbacks have to find a way to get the third out of this inning and then score.
Andrew Chafin will start throwing down there. So McGee will be the pinch hitter on the corners with 2 outs. And the only run that matters is standing at third base. McGee at 238 with a homer. Panik at third, 2 down. Crawford will take second. Look at this. Defensive indifference as the shortstop moves up 90 feet. Reed over 30 pitches now.
Little cue shot right off the end of the bat. Tuffy was going to let that one spin as long as it wanted to, hoping it would get back into fair territory, but it stayed right there near that left-handed batter's box. A lot of English on this as he hits it right off the end of the bat. You see the splash in the dirt, the ball spinning, and just dies right there.
Not an easy out. He was 4th in the league in hits last year, Casey McGee.
Not a lot of history for any of these Giants hitters against Addison Reed. Casey McGee 0 for 2 lifetime facing the Diamondbacks closer.
15 for 50 as a pinch hitter with 3 homers. Two and 2. It's full. The lefty Aoki is on deck. He would be next. Chafin appears ready in the Diamondback bullpen with first base open.
Well, there's a pretty good chance Tuffy's going to go back behind the plate and not even hang down a sign right here. Brandon Crawford's been out there at second base peering in at the signs this entire at bat. Don't want to take any chances that perhaps he knows the sequence of signs.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Yeah, see, no sign at all. Tuffy told him what he wanted him to throw.
Bases are loaded. Chip Hale. Chafin is ready, and the lefty is coming up. The lefty is on his way in. He'll make the move. 4-4 in the ninth. Back after this. But Tim Lincecum, the pitcher, will come in and pinch run for Casey McGee at first base. And the new pitcher for the Diamondbacks, the left-hander Andrew Chafin, who has been outstanding. Off to a brilliant start in this new relief role after spending almost his entire professional career as a starter. He has retired 19 of the 21 batters he's faced so far this year. And it worked to Nori Aoki with the winning run at third. You've got Panic. He's the one that matters down there at third. Brandon Crawford at second and Tim Lincecum at first. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 4-4 in the ninth. Aoki 1 for 4. He singled in the third.
Like Aoki was trying to ambush that first pitch fastball, as you see the career splits for Nori Aoki. This year, however, he's only 1 for 5 against lefties, hitting .400 against righties.
He has hit safely in each of his first 10 games as a Giant, including tonight's. It's blocked by Tuffy. It's a ball and a strike. That streak was snapped in their loss last night to Colorado, who was 0 for 3.
Saved a run, saved a game for the time being.
Fans at that one, a ball and 2 strikes.
A lot of moving parts for Nori Aoki up there at the plate. Very susceptible to off-speed pitches away because his body's moving. He's going down that first baseline as he's swinging the bat. Another one.
There he is, worth his weight in gold back there.
this is where you want a 1-2 pitch. You don't want to throw it over the plate where Aoki could possibly get the bat on the ball and shoot one in somewhere. Absolutely perfect.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Got him. A big strikeout there by Andrew Chafin, and he leaves them loaded. But the Giants get the tying run across, and we go to extras in San Francisco. It's a 4-4 ball game. Andrew Chafin comes in and puts out the fire, and we're off to the 10th. Sports 1 returns with back-to-back AL East matchups as the Orioles take on the Red Sox, followed by the Yankees and the Rays. Coverage begins at 12:30 on America's home for baseball every Saturday, Fox Sports 1, and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. We go to the 10th in San Francisco, and the left-hander Jeremy Affeldt is on for the Giants. 4-4 ball game. And we've had a little bit of everything here tonight. David Peralta, who came in as part of a double switch, a defensive replacement. He is hitting 9th and playing left field, so Peralta leads off the 10th. Pitcher spot is 4th in the Arizona order. So Peralta, Inciarte, Pollock, 9, 1, and 2 here in the 10th for the D-backs. David Peralta, 4 hits and 20 at-bats so far this year. A couple of singles in Monday's series opener against the Padres. And the Seagulls, BB, they have their own schedule, and we're kind of jamming them up here.
Seagulls are not familiar with the idea of extra innings. It's time to eat.
It is amazing how they kind of just know when the game's almost over. I don't know if they can read the scoreboard or not. There's a one-hopper to panic at second. Throws it out, 1 down. You might need to go get Randy Johnson back in here.
He looks like he's in great shape. He could probably give us a couple innings.
Might need him. Well, here's Ender.
Of course, he may have to face Will Clark for the Giants.
Flip a coin. Ender singled in the 3rd, reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the 5th. He was hit by pitches last time up, so he's been aboard 3 times in the leadoff spot. Santiago Casilla, the closer. Duffy in on the grass at 3rd, about 3 or 4 steps. A ball and a strike. Take another look at the play that tied the ball game. Joe panicked to that deep right center corner, and Ender was under it. He's kind of missed. Had to run a long way to get there. And Panic wound up at third with the RBI triple that tied it. Those Seagulls are all landing now in right center field. Looks like somebody sounded the dinner bell and they all showed up at the same time.
Went to a ball game and an Alfred Hitchcock movie broke out.
3-1. Little dribbler up the line. Belt will take it. 2 down. There's A.J. Pollock.
And he's not going to see half now. Jeremy was only in there to face the two lefties. Now they're going to turn it over to their closer.
Casilla has been warming. Here comes Bruce Bochy. Four in the 10th. Back in a moment. Steve with you, Bob Brenly and Jody Jackson with you. New pitcher for the Giants is their closer, Santiago Casilla, his 5th appearance of the year. And with 2 outs and the base is empty, he'll work to A.J. Pollock. Giants had a 1-0 lead. Buster Posey an RBI single in the first. Diamondbacks got it right back. Trumbo led off the second with a long home run, a solo shot. Goldie, a 3-run homer with 2 outs in the 5th, made it 4-1. Giants got 2 back on a Crawford homer in the 7th, 4-3, and then they tied it bottom of the 9th. Panic on the RBI triple, and here we are. AJ gives it a ride down the line, and that ball is gone. A home run. AJ Pollock. That's out of here. His first of the year, and it's 5-4 Diamondbacks. Just under the Seagulls. And he snuck it in the corner down the left field line.
A double bonus. Give the D-backs a lead here in the 10th inning, and tacos.
Boy, that just snuck in that corner in there, above the fence and on the right side of the pole.
Yeah, a lot going on there. I didn't know if it was going to stay fair. First of all, that ball was really hooking as it got down there in the corner. And then I didn't know if it was going to be high enough to clear the fence. It did both.
A 2-out solo homer, and here's Goldie. So all the Diamondbacks runs tonight coming on home runs. Trumbo and Goldschmidt hit long homers way up the seats and left. And AJ here in the 10th with 2 outs sneaks that one in there, and it's 5-4. Goldie gets it up among the Seagulls, high in right center field. Blanco looking through the birds out there. And he's got it. And the Diamondbacks have the lead. A.J. Pollock, his first home run this season, is just high enough and just deep enough in that left field corner. He sneaks it in there, and it's 5-4.
Andrew Chafin on here in the bottom of the 10th. D-backs took the lead on A.J. Pollock's home run. Talking to Tuffy Gozowicz about what's different with Andrew Chafin this season. He's been so effective. Said his slider is better than he's ever seen it, and that velocity now that he is coming out of the pen and not a starter is up. So Andrew Chafin has been very reliable for the D-backs so far this season.
Well, he has retired, Jody, 20 of the 22 batters he has faced this year coming out of the bullpen, including a strikeout of Aoki, with a bases loaded in a tie game to end the ninth. And here we are in the 10th, and it's 5-4 Diamondbacks. But the heart of the order is on its way up. Blanco, Pagan, Posey 2, 3, and 4 against Chafin in the 10th. There's strike one. A.J. Pollock, a solo homer, the third Diamondback home run tonight. It's 5-4.
Just about that time the A.J. Pollock home run was landing on the other side of the left field fence. Evan Marshall sprinted down to that bullpen to get ready. We were only one spot away from the pitcher spot in the lineup. Had Goldie reached, Jake Lamb was in the on-deck circle. I don't know if Evan Marshall would have had enough time to get ready. But plenty of time now as Andrew Chafin out there to start the inning.
Blanco walked, stole a base, and scored a run in the first. He is 0 for 3, 3 groundouts, 2 balls and a strike. 3-1.
See the numbers career against Chafin. This is only his third at bat all season against the left-handed pitcher.
Leadoff walk. Tying runs aboard. Here comes Pagan. Fifth walk issued by D-backs pitchers tonight. Mike Harkey. Pagan is 0 for 4. Angel Pagan, who has been a thorn in the Diamondback side for a long time now.
You see how Bruce Bochy plays it here. You could ask Angel Pagan to put down a sack buntage to see where he ranks on the longest hit streak against the D-backs list. And if he's successful getting a sac bunt down and moving Blanco up to second base, I'm sure the Diamondbacks would then walk Buster Posey, take the bat right out of his hands, and you could see Chafin stay in the ballgame to then face the left-handed hitting Brandon Belt.
Pagan, the switch hitter, will bat from the right-hand side against the lefty Chafin, with Buster Posey on deck. Chafin having problems throwing strikes. It's 1-0. There's the strike. Diamondbacks led it 4-3, bottom 9. Giants tied it on a panic triple. D-backs get the 2-out solo homer by A.J. Pollock, top 10 to make it 5-4. Now here we are again trying to close it out. Goldie holding Blanco at first.
Blanco probably not a threat to straight steal a base. You may see a possible hit and run with Pagan at the plate. He handles the bat extremely well, but I got a feeling Boats is just going to let his hitters swing the bats here.
Pagan back-to-back 3-for-4s in the Giants' last 2 games against the Rockies, but he's 0-for-4 so far tonight. That's in the seats. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Giants trying to get their skipper a win on his birthday today. Aaron Hill at third, knocks it down, recovers, the throw's offline, and Blanco will head for third. Well, the Diamondback defense, which has been so good all season long and so good throughout the ball game, especially tough to go to us behind the plate and Nick Ahmed at shortstop, it's letting them down a bit here late in the ball game. That's a base hit, and E5 sends Blanco to third.
Nice stop by Aaron down there at third base. Scrambled to recover, but Pagan just too much speed down that line. Throw pulls Goldie off the bag. He blocked it, but it went straight up in the air. Blanco saw that and was able to advance on to third base.
And now Chip Hale is conferring with C.B. Buckner as he will make a pitching change and apparently a double switch as well. Here comes Cliff Pennington into the ball game. We'll sort it out when we come back. Giants have runners in the corners and no outs. into the fire here. The Giants have runners in the corners. 5-4 bottom 10, nobody out. Marshall's 4th appearance of the year. A double switch by Chip Hale as Cliff Pennington has come into the ball game. He will take over at shortstop for Nick Ahmed and hit 4th in the order. And so the pitcher spot now 8th for the Diamondbacks. Blanco is the tying run at 3rd, and Pagan the winning run at 1st. And here comes Buster Posey. Singled and scored his last time up. He's 2 for 4. Posey, career with nobody out and runners in the corners, is a .692 hitter.
Well, this game would have been over half a dozen times had it not been for Tuffy blocking those breaking balls in the dirt.
He has been the unsung hero for the D-backs tonight. There's no question.
Not only keeps that ball from going to the backstop, it holds the runner at first base so he can't advance.
Time and time again.
That one sounded like it got him in the mask. Dropped down in good blocking position, and sometimes that ball hits a clump of dirt. That one came way up, almost got him in the throat.
What are you thinking here defensively?
I'd like an infield pop-up myself.
Yeah, sure.
They're playing for 2 up the middle. Hard hit ball to 3rd or 1st. They'll probably come home.
This is inside, and it's 3-0. Goldie holding Pagan at first. Hill even with a bag at 3rd. 3-0 to Buster Posey. There's a strike, 3-1. Belt on deck. The bases are loaded with no outs. And Brandon Belt is the hitter. He is 0 for 4. He has struck out twice. Blanco is the tying run at 3rd. Pagan the winning run at 2nd, and Posey aboard at 1st.
Belt 0 for 4 in the ball game. This is the first time he's ever faced Evan Marshall.
He got 0 for 0.95 average. He is 2 for 21 to start the year without an extra base hits. Oh, 2.
Good changeup that time from Evan Marshall. That's a pitch he really perfected last season. Didn't need to throw it very much in the minor leagues, but when he got to the big leagues last year, he was forced to throw more changeups, and it became a good weapon for him.
Quite a start to this 4-game series. All 4 games for you here on Fox Sports Arizona. And he gets a big strikeout. Marshall punches out Belt for the first out in the 10th. That's the 3rd time tonight that Belt has struck out.
Another straight changeup got him way out in front. Tuffy once again smothering that pitch in the dirt. That is a huge out in the inning.
Brings up Matt Duffy, the 3rd baseman, who's 0 for 4. There's a strike, 0-1.
Good first pitch slider.
How about that? Change up at 88.
Yep. And now back on Tuffy again, the 0-2 count. This is where you want to try to lead Duffy out of the strike zone. Maybe another changeup down, maybe a slider away, maybe an elevated fastball.
Got to be careful with a tying run at 3rd. Shortstop Pennington can't make the play. The game is tied. That's a base hit for Duffy.
I'm not sure where Penny was going to go with this ball. Looked like he was lining up to maybe try to get the force at 3rd base. See where he starts. Has to run over into that hole between 3rd and short. Aaron Hill is there. Cliff just can't come up with it cleanly.
Bases loaded, 1 down, 5-5 ball game. Pagan the tying run at 3rd. Posey aboard at 2nd and Duffy at 1st.
Now everybody's got to come in. A.J. Pollock is in center field going back and forth, and finally they call timeout there. A.J. was coming in maybe for the 5-man infield. The game just continued, so A.J. started running back out to a spot in center field, and he's not sure where he's supposed to be right now. He at one point was about 15-20 feet behind the bag at 2nd. And now he's back out there in shallow center. Panic 3 hits tonight. His triple in the 9th tied it up. Goldie at 1st, coming home. There's the force, and that's all they'll get. That's a big 2nd out. They keep the game tied. And we'll see Crawford with 2 outs. Well, just the calmness with which Goldie handled this play. Diving stop. Makes sure he has a good grip, makes an accurate throw to Tuffy. You just want to make sure to get that out at home plate. It'd be nice if you can turn the inning-ending double play, but you have to make sure to get that out at home. Nice job by Paul Goldschmidt.
Crawford has walked twice, once intentionally. Hit a 2-run homer off Ollie Perez in the 7th. balls and a strike. Justin Maxwell in the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot would be next. Bases loaded, 2 outs. 3-1 to Brandon Crawford. It's in there for a strike, 3-2.
Justin Maxwell serving the purpose of what do you call it?
Mannequin?
Yeah. He has no chance of hitting here, but you have to have a man in the on-deck circle. It's in the rule book, so he's standing there.
Them's the rules. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. Got him. So once again, a Diamondback reliever comes up with a big strikeout with the bases loaded. And once again, we keep going. It was 4-4. Now it's 5-5, and it's on to the 11th. Berthune, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson with you. 5-5, D-backs and Giants. Diamondbacks have twice tried to close this thing out, and twice the Giants have scored in the home half of the inning. One in the 9th and one in the 10th, and here we are in the 11th. And Santiago Garcia back out there. Cliff Pennington, Aaron Hill, and Chris Owings scheduled up 4, 5, and 6 in the Arizona 11th. Penny 2 for 7 to open the season. He's also walked 3 times. A late game defensive switch, and this is his first at bat of the night. Right back to the mound. Aaron Hill walked in the second. He's 0 for 3. And 5 hits in 30 at bats to start the year for Aaron. Aaron got off to a very good start at the plate this year. Hit safely in his first 3 games. Did have a base hit last night at San Diego. Bidding for another one here, but it's right to Crawford behind the bag. Quickly 2 down. That'll bring up Chris Owings. 0 for 4. He struck out 3 times. And Co just can't seem to get it started this year. He is 2 for 27. Ball 1.
I mean, there could be a lot of different reasons for CO's early season struggles, especially for a guy that's been a good hitter everywhere he's been. It just looks like his bottom half, his feet, his legs, they're just not in sync with the rest of his swing. We've seen him lose his footing several times. The back foot slides around as he's swinging. Just doesn't seem to have a real good base under him right now.
He got such a late start hitting, did not hit at all this winter coming off the shoulder injury. And was not allowed to face or hit live baseballs for a while in spring training, just dry swings. And then, of course, just the batting tee, some soft tossing. Finally did get into some spring training games late in the year, but he spent most of his winter recovering, and so he's a bit behind on the hitting. Had the surgery for the labrum tear performed by Dr. Andrews in Pensacola. That was last October. And that one is into right. A 2-out single for CO. Diamondbacks have a base runner. Randall Delgado will start throwing in the Diamondback bullpen.
Fastball kind of running in on his hands a little bit. Just muscled it over there to the right side. Got it just out of the reach of Joe Panik on into right field. Take them all.
Well, the Diamondbacks here tonight, Bob. Here's something else to think about. Perez, Ziegler, Hudson, Reed, Chafin, and Marshall have all pitched. So Delgado, who's warming up right now, is their last available relief pitcher. And Tuffy knocks it into left. A pair of 2-out singles for the Diamondbacks. And the pitcher spot is up right now, and we'll see Jake Lamb coming off the bench. Was not originally in the starting lineup against the left-hander Madison Bumgarner, but Lamb will hit here in the 11th with 2 on and 2 out. So here's Lamb, 9 hits in 22 at bats to start the year. Dave Righetti out to the mound to talk to Casilla.
That's a good sign. That means Casilla is going to stay in the ball game to pitch to Jake Lamb. Jake has seen him twice before, has taken him deep once.
And by the way, we've talked all night about Tuffy Gozawich's defense behind the plate. It has been spectacular, but Tuffy now has also reached base safely in every game he's played this year. And we talked earlier about how Chip Hale said he's got a knack for getting these base hits with 2 strikes or 2 outs, and just had another one right there. And it's enabled the Diamondbacks to get the go-ahead run into scoring position with 2 down, and Lamb will hit. He has a homer in his career off Casilla. Owings is at second. Gozowich at first. 2 outs. And here's Jake Lamb. Really swinging the bat well right now. Looks at ball 1. Jake had his 3rd 2-hit game of the season last night, and he's hit safely in 4 straight. 7 hits in his last 4 games.
I like the way he's swinging the bat right now. He may not get a good result right here, but he's not getting cheated. He's got very short, abbreviated swing. He's seeing the ball well. Make a mistake. Hang something for him.
Two and 1. Well, the Diamondbacks in the top of the 10th got a big 2-out hit. A.J. Pollock a solo homer. And now here in the top of the 11th looking for one more. 2 on, 2 out, 2-1 to Lamb. Misses. It's 3 balls and a strike. David Peralta is in the on-deck circle. He'll be next. if Lamb can get aboard. Ball four, the bases are loaded. So 2 quick outs by Casilla, a single by Owings, a single by Gozowich, a walk to Lamb, and they're loaded for Peralta.
I don't think he's going to get a chance to face the right-hander. Boch taking his time getting out of that dugout, making sure Javi Lopez is good and loose down in that bullpen.
5-5 in the 11th. Bases loaded, 2 outs. We'll be back. Be a right-hand bat on the bench, and here he comes in a big spot. David Peralta back in the dugout, and Yasmani Tomas will take his second at bat in the big leagues. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Here in the 11th inning, Tomas made his major league debut off the bench last night in San Diego and grounded out in a pinch hit appearance, and with a left-hander Javier Lopez on there. Peralta is recalled, and here comes Yasmani Tomas. His second major league at bat. Bases loaded, 2 down, 5-5 game in the 11th. Manny Tomas just called up from AAA Reno yesterday. 5 games for the Aces, 4 for 21, including a homer. There's a strike and 1. Stage is set, BB.
Yeah, I'll tell you, his approach at the plate should serve him well against Lopez with that tailing fastball down low and away. Rolls over that one. It's a foul ball to Andy Green down there at third base coach's box.
0-2. Chris Owings is at third. Tuffy Gozowich at second. Jake Lamb at third. 0-2 on Tomas. Right back to the line. And this time it's the D-backs that leave him loaded. Bottom 11 coming up. Tie game in San Francisco. Yasmani Tomas, who hit for David Peralta there, is in the ball game. He will take over for Peralta in left field. And the 8th pitcher of the night for Arizona is Randall Delgado. They have used now all their relievers.
Jordan Pacheco, the only position player available for Chip Hale off the bench.
Delgado gave up the homer to Justin Upton in the ball game last night in San Diego. Maxwell will hit for the pitcher to lead off the Giant 11th. Maxwell 4 for 16 to start the year. 1 extra base hit. There's the strike. Delgado jumps ahead 0-2. Maxwell hit about .350 this spring with a pair of homers, and with Hunter Pence injured, trying to fill a vacancy for right-hand power for Bruce Bochy. And if you're wondering about Yasmani Tomas defensively, played a lot of third base obviously in spring training. A little bit in right field. He played 5 games in right field at Reno. He's out there in left tonight. 2-2. Got him.
Got away with one there, a hanging changeup up above the belt after a series of good fastballs and sliders down and away. Got away with a mistake that time.
Nori Aoki. 1 for 5, a single in the 3rd. Struck out against Chafin his last time up to end the Giant 9th. He does not get time and looks at a strike. C.B. Bucknor not going to give Aoki time there. And again, the hitter can request time. The umpire does not have to grant it. And Buckner says no. Drops a little breaking ball in there for strike 1. And quickly 0-2. Jordan Pacheco and Josh Coleman. So that's basically the Alamo at this point for the Diamondbacks. Aoki has done a tremendous job as the Giants' new leadoff man. His on-base percentage through the first 10 games is nearly .470. And he's back even 2-2. Got him. 2 batters, 2 strikeouts for Delgado in the 11th, and now he'll work to Gregor Blanco.
Okie spotted him a strike in that at bat. Once again, way out in front, whirling around that changeup, came up empty.
Well, Blanco is hitless tonight. He's 0 for 3, but he's walked twice and scored twice. First pitch, pops it up. First base side near the D-backs dugout. Goldie and Tuffy, it'll be Goldschmidt. And Delgado works a quick 1-2-3 11th. We go to the 12th at AT&T Park, all tied up. Tired to want to go to sleep, but hanging in with us. Way to grind it out. It's been quite a ball game here. Ender Inciarte couldn't quite track down that fly ball hit by Joe Panik in the 9th inning. It turned into an RBI triple and sent us to extras with 2 outs in the 10th. A.J. Pollock just able to keep that one fair. His first homer of the year gave the Diamondbacks the lead once more. But then Matt Duffy in the bottom of that inning. Cliff Pennington knocked it down, and the Diamondbacks watched the lead go away. That made it 5-5, and that's where we are, 5-5, as Ender Inciarte leads off the 12th against Sergio Romo. I mean, you know, it's late, you're tired, sitting on the couch at home, trying to hang in with us. Trip to the fridge every now and then. He's too good a game to turn off you.
If you can get to San Francisco quickly, we could probably use you in this ball game at some point.
They have used all their relievers, the Diamondbacks, and they have one bench player, and sure enough, Ender Inciarte gets it going, and he's on base for the 4th time tonight. A single leads off the 12th. And here's Pollock, who homered his last time up. He's 2 for 5, doubled and scored in the 5th.
The Giants not sure whether to expect a bunt from A.J. Pollock or not. Duffy about even with the bag down there at third. And a snap throw to first to see if perhaps A.J. would tip off what he's going to do at the plate. Obviously, the problem with the sack bunt right here is to take the bat right out of Goldie's hands.
Yeah, because you leave first base open, and then there's no way you're pitching to Goldie in that spot. And he's got Pennington behind him. A.J. squares and pops it up to the on-deck circle.
Now, we have seen Chip put the sacrifice bunt on for the first pitch and then let the batter swing away at the next strike. See if he turns A.J. loose on this pitch. Because now the Giants are expecting a sacrifice bunt. Duffy will probably creep in a little farther at first base. Belt will charge a little harder from first base.
Belt holding Inciarte at first. Duffy a step or so in on the grass at third. And they'll keep Ender close. Any thoughts of just starting Ender here and just try and swipe one? Got some good hitters coming up.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to run into an out on the bases. He'd have to really work for a maximum lead down there at first base and get a good jump. You'd like to think if he's a good enough base runner, if he doesn't have a good jump, he'd hit the brakes and stay there.
Inciarte holds. Slider misses. It's 1-1.
And no sign of a bunt on that pitch for A.J.
There's a strike, 1-2. Seagulls are getting antsy again. Circling low overhead. A ball and 2 strikes. Inciarte holds it first, and Pollock strikes out. 1 down. Here comes Goldie.
Slider mania. Anytime Sergio Romo comes into the game, expect a slider just about every pitch. He uses his fastball to set it up and to give the hitter a pitch to gauge the speed on, and then rarely throws it in the strike zone. He throws sliders for strikes.
Paul Goldschmidt, 1 for 5. The one was a biggie. His 4th home run of the season, a 3-run bomb in the 5th. And it came with 2 outs, made it 4-1 Diamondbacks at that point. Here we are, 5-5. There goes Inciarte. The throw from Posey is not in time, and Ender swipes it. Second stolen base of the year for Ender Inciarte, and now the go-ahead run is at scoring position with one down.
And you like the fact he's in scoring position, but once again it creates the opportunity to just take the bat out of Goldie's hands, and Buster Posey's not even going to get down into a crouch here.
You can see the reaction from Chip Hale there, and they'll work to Cliff Pennington, who's in the on-deck circle. Goldie will get the free pass. Well, if it's any consolation, Cliff, of course, a switch hitter. He's about 10 points better career-wise from the left-hand side. And he'll hit left-handed against that right-hand slider of Romo. So it's Inciarte at second, Goldie at first, one out, and here's Pennington. The career platoon splits on Cliff, just over 250 from the left-hand side. Nice block by Posey there. Slider got away from Romo.
And one thing we know from watching Diamondbacks baseball the last few years, if there's a ground ball hit on the infield, Paul Goldschmidt is going to do everything he can do to break up that double play at second base. Not holding him on. He's getting a huge lead over there at first base.
Ender's dancing around back there, and there's a play on at second. Crawford was screaming at Romo. Ender wandered a little too far off the bag there, got some happy feet. Crawford snuck in behind him. The 1-0.
Tailing, sinking fastball from that low arm angle, right on that inside corner.
Cliff Pennington, a career .275 hitter off the bench. So he's had some success in this spot before. 80 career at bats. Rounded out his first 10. One and two.
Penny wants to know if that's a called strike or a swinging strike. That's that Romo slider working its way inside. Not sure what C.B. Buckner's answer was there.
Inciarte, the runner at second, and Goldschmidt aboard at first. One ball, two strikes. This is away. It's even 2-2.
Like a slider that just never got to that outside corner. Buster tried to hold it there and maybe buy a call from C.B. Buckner, but the pitch off the plate low and away.
Diamondbacks have to win this one right here. I'm out of room in my book.
I know.
Popped him up amongst the Seagulls up there. Crawford has it, 2 down. Infield fly rule. So here's Aaron Hill, who walked in the second. He's 0 for 4.
He's due. Aaron Hill is due against Sergio Romo. 0 for 10 with 4 strikeouts in his career.
Aaron is in a 1 for 22 right now. Did have a base hit last night at Petco Park. 2 on, 2 out. Ball 1. Randall Delgado, the last reliever. 3 quick outs in the bottom of the 11. Diamondbacks have run through their entire bullpen. This one is hit out there to left field. That ball is carrying, and it's off the wall. Inciarte will score. Here comes Goldie. Here's the throw. It's not in time. And Aaron Hill will keep going as it gets to the backstop. A 2-run double for Aaron Hill, and it's 7-5 Diamondbacks.
I told you he was due.
You were right.
Wow, I thought that ball had a chance to get out of here when it initially came off the bat. As it is, a 2 RBI double.
They score that a double E6 on the throw, and here it is.
Slider that hung up on that inside part of the plate. Aaron Hill is well aware that Sergio Romo lives and dies with that slider. All over that one. And the extra 90 feet, the error will be charged to Brandon Crawford for the throw to the plate. But really, Sergio Romo should get an error because he wasn't backing up home plate. He was just standing there as an observer in the middle of the infield.
Managers love that, don't they?
Ooh.
Chris Owings singled this last time up. Take a look.
Yeah, he's upset with himself. He hung a slider, gave up an extra base hit. The throw home, he actually ducked out of the way of Brandon Crawford's throw. When it got by Posey, there was nobody there to retrieve the ball.
And Aaron Hill is an insurance run down there at third with 2 outs. An 0-2 count on CO. And Owens strikes out for the 4th time tonight, but the Diamondbacks get yet another big 2-out hit late in the ball game. This one a 2-run double by Aaron Hill. And hang on, we'll go to the home half one more time. This time it's 7-5 D-backs. Hitting heroes tonight, and the latest and possibly biggest right there, Aaron Hill, a 2-out 2-run double off Sergio Romo in the top of the 12th, has made it 7-5 D-backs. And now Randall Delgado, who got tagged with a loss last night in San Diego, giving up that 2-out homer to Justin Upton in the 8th inning. Petco Park is in line for the win here in San Francisco a day later. But he's got his work cut out for him. Pagan, Posey, Belt here in the Giant 12, 3, 4, and 5. Good numbers for Pagan against Delgado, who did a terrific job at the bottom of the 11th. Got 3 quick outs, 2 strikeouts. Retiring Maxwell, Aoki, and Blanco. And he needs 3 more here, but he's behind on Pagan, 2 balls and no strikes. It's in there, 2-1. Inning. 2-2. Pagan doesn't like it. And CB Buckner says, hey, you're not supposed to do that. Get your foot in the box. You got new rules here. But Pagan has taken a moment. And I see CB just point to the batter's box and don't get in there. He gets a base hit anyway. Well, I tell you what, Angel Pagan, he is unbelievable. Now a 15-game hitting streak against the Diamondbacks, tied with Moises Alou for 3rd most ever behind Jimmy Rollins and Alfonso Soriano, and the Giants here with nobody out have the tying run at the plate and Buster Posey. He's been aboard 3 times tonight, 2 singles and a walk. All 1. Went over the 4-hour mark about 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Oh, good slider.
Posey coming out of his shoes there.
Boy, Randall's stuff has really looked crisp this season. A little extra life on his fastball, good movement on that slider, and he's thrown some outstanding changeups tonight. Change up right there to get Buster out in front once again. Run the count to 1-2.
He's got that nice easy fastball, and in this roll there's more velocity on it. He's mid-90s as opposed to low 90s when he's pitching 1 or 2 innings at a time. And then very good changeup. The search for a breaking ball as they found that slider and had a lot of success with it this spring. And he's ahead of Posey 1-2. Pagan holds. That one misses at 92. It's even. Well, Mel Stottlemyre Jr. was out in the bullpen with Randall all last year, and Stott said there were moments last season as a reliever where Randall really did put it all together. And they know it's in there. It's just a matter of being able to be consistent with it. This is away. It's full on Posey, 3-2. And we've got Belt on deck. Belt is 0 for 5 tonight. He has struck out 3 times. He is really scuffling this year.
This is a changeup.
Just does stay alive. It is a good one.
Got a piece of it with the very end of the bat that time. This is after back-to-back 95-mile-an-hour fastballs. He floats that changeup up there. Not too many hitters even get a piece of that one.
They're up in the Alamo. Josh Colmenser, who is tomorrow night's starting pitcher. He'll go down to the Diamondback bullpen. There goes Pagan. Posey gets it up in the air to Tomas among the Seagulls. It's carrying out to left field, and A.J. Pollock has it in left center. Pagan back to the bag. We joke about the Seagulls, but there must have been 100 or 200 over their heads there, and trying to find a baseball and all those white birds up against that black sky cannot be easy. And then you got that. I'm not picking it up. You pick it up.
I'm not picking it up.
You? No.
Pretty good chance a seagull grabbed a chicken finger out of the stands and dropped it on his way back to the nest.
Chicken tenders, always good here at the ballpark.
Where was that last year in D.C.? We had a shot of a hawk with a fish in its talons flying over the stadium.
Yeah, with Nationals Park. Brandon Belt, broken bat, ground ball. Pennington, the shovel to Aaron Hill, and they can't quite turn it. The shift was on there, and Belt beats it out, but they get the force on Pagan. So you score that on that force out at second, 6-5. Watch the chicken tender. There it is. The right side of your screen. Just as he's about to hit the ball, a chicken tender drops from the skies. Sure, why not? So 6-5 with the shift on there on the force at second on Pagan. Belt's aboard with 2 down, and Matt Duffy is the hitter. Delgado 1 out away, but Duffy the tying run at the plate. He singled his last time up, 1 for 5. Well, that's got to be a first. A dropped chicken tender from a seagull overhead. Let's show it to you that, I mean, why not? One more time. Watch the top right portion of your screen. You'll see the chicken tender drop in right as, there it is, right as Randall throws the ball. It's a rally chicken tender. Something. Belt will take second uncontested, and it's 3-0 on Duffy. And you've got Panic on deck, and first base open with a 3-0 count. I mean, you want to avoid bringing the winning run to the plate. So try to get Duffy here.
I think Randall was having some issues seeing Duffy's signs back there behind home plate.
Remember there was that time where Randall wore the glasses and then didn't, glasses and didn't. He's got them on tonight. Panic 3 hits tonight would be next. 3-0 on Duffy, 2 outs. There's the strike. Colmenser still throwing in the Diamondback bullpen. And he is tomorrow night's scheduled starter against Jake Peavy. 3-2. Drop one more nasty changeup and get out of here. Belts it out to left center field. That gets down. Belt will score easily, and Duffy has an RBI double. He's the tying run.
There was the changeup. However, Randall left it up in the zone. Duffy able to get a pretty good piece of it. Splits that gap in left center field.
Mike Harkey out to the mound. Chip Hale, you can see the reaction, and they'll work to Panic, who's got 3 hits tonight, including the RBI triple that tied it in the bottom of the 9th. Well, Joe Panic had a 3-for-5 night on opening day against the Diamondbacks back at Chase Field. He had only 3 hits since then. He came into the ball game tonight 3 for his last 29. But he's 3-for-5 tonight. And he's up there with 2 outs. Duffy is the tying run at second. And Panic the winning run at the plate. 7-6 in the 12th. And keep in mind, Duffy is an excellent base runner. He's got good speed down there. There's a strike 0-1. A strike away. Keep in mind also the Giants have lost 6 in a row. A loss tonight would match their worst start since they moved here from the Polo Grounds. They have gone 3-8 4 times previously here in San Francisco, the last time 2009. Here's Bochy's team off to a 3-7 start and down to their last strike. Here's the 0-2. Tuffy Gozalish one more time.
Why not?
Well, they ought to give him a Purple Heart or something back there.
No doubt to give him as a Gold Glove at the end of the season. If he continues to play the rest of the year the way he has in the early going defensively, I don't know who's done it any better.
A ball and 2 strikes. Tying run at second, 2 outs. Reaches down, it's off the glove of Delgado. He bobbles it and catches it, and that's the ball game. And the Diamondbacks win it 7-6 and 12. What a night here to open up this 4-game set in San Francisco, as the Diamondbacks' 8th pitcher of the night ends up with the win. Randall Delgado gets it done, and the D-backs take the series opener.
Whew, what a ball game, man.
7-6, 11 hits apiece.
Caught a Giants team that hadn't been swinging the bats particularly well, but boy, what a well-played, well-fought ball game tonight by both sides.
3 home runs by the D-backs, Trumbo, Goldschmidt, and Pollock. They use 8 pitchers. They had tomorrow night's starter warming up in the bullpen, but Delgado closes it out in the 12th, and the D-backs win it 7-6. Diamondback Live postgame show brought to you by CenturyLink is coming up. What a night in San Francisco. Archie Bradley pitched a beauty, didn't get the win, but the Diamondbacks hang on and win it 7-6. Reaction from both clubhouses coming up here on Fox Sports Arizona. Back with a whole lot more in a moment.